Hello and welcome everybody to the Sunday stream. Hope everyone is doing well. Welcome in, everyone assemble. We have a top 32 to commentate. If you were already watching yesterday, then you know what this is all about because this is a two-day event. It is a Challenger Cup Open tournament. We started yesterday with, I believe, almost 300 players, definitely over 200. And we have 32 players left, and we're going to be watching the top 32 today. That's going to be some fun games, hopefully. Now, players, of course, have submitted decks for this tournament, so we're going to see people from yesterday, where for some of these, we've definitely seen what kind of decks they are on already. But there's also a couple of people in here who we had not had the pleasure yet to watch yesterday. So that is something we're going to check out today as duels are starting right now. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a match where maybe we haven't seen either of the duelists yesterday. I believe here, yeah, let's go. Let's jump into this one, table 11 here. I don't think we've watched either of these duelists in yesterday's day one stream. So let's just see what we are working with here. Of course, a couple of decks that we know are in the top 32 from various different players. We know there are some cool tunes, there are Sky Strikers, there's an Unchained duelist. We've elf notes yesterday. I'm not sure if they ended up making it into the top 32, but that was a deck we also spectated yesterday. All right, we're kicking off top 32 here with a Vanquish Soul as well. Of course, there's been multiple Vanquish Soul duelists who've been doing well yesterday, and it looks like Cat is one of those. We start with Molcharmi Fuwalos in our own turn just in case it comes in handy later. And then we normal summon Vanquish Soul Raisin, which is hit with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which could end up cutting us off of the Vanquish Soul Holisu for this turn. But at the very minimum, we can make rock and add back the Raisin to the hand, which is going to at least threaten some plays on the next turn. Magnets. Oh yeah, we saw a ton of Magnet Warriors yesterday. Yeah, Magnet Warrior is also in the top 32. Multiple, I would guess. The Unchained made it to top cut? Yes, the Unchained made it into the top cut. I believe at X2. All right, we're using Caesar Valius here to return the Raisin to the hand instead of making the rock. That is because we want to reveal it for Stake Your Soul. Okay. So that's going to give us a Jiaolong. Now, do we have double fire in hand or just one? We have Holisu in hand. Wait, but where are we gonna get a dark monster from? Nowhere. We're just gonna make Ripper, I guess. Ripper is pretty good. Ripper is pretty good. Any Hecka hands? No Hecka hands in the tournament, at least from what I've seen. There might be, but we haven't seen any in all the Swiss rounds that we played yesterday. Okay, Ripper, because that Ash Blossom has been activated previously, is going to get both of its effects here. That is a pretty strong position to be in here. Now, of course, the Holisu is in the graveyard now. Even though the Ripper can get us a Dark Monster in hand, we can no longer utilize the Holisu effect, but we can still extend with an Azuna, sending Lupus, and that could give us another rank 5 if we want to. Anybody on Mitsurugi Sky Striker? It's been a surprise. Now that you say it, it's been a surprisingly small amount of Mitsurugi decks, I would say. I'm not even sure if we spectated a single Mitsurugi deck yesterday. I mean, of course, I kind of just like picked the feature matches like randomly of like people who were doing well. So there's a chance that there's a Mitsurugi player and we just didn't see them. But I feel like we saw no Mitsurugis yesterday. Okay, well, we see Izuna and Lupus. And here's the Nash Knight. So the last card in hand is a Raisin. Do we make a rock with the Valius, or do we just keep it like this? Players can bring 2 decks total? No, just 1 deck. It is 1 deck per player. Unless they had to submit a second deck for top 32. I can double check that real quick. But I know yesterday it was 1 deck per player. I checked the rules yesterday. I'm pretty sure it's the same today. I don't think they had to resubmit deck lists or anything like that. No. Just 1 deck per player. What do you think are the 3 best decks for TCG with the new ban list? We'll talk about that later. We are actually, this time for real, we're gonna do a tier list after the Challenger Cup ends. All right, we turn Valius into the Rock and we add back to the hand the Holly Sue. The problem with the Holly Sue here is that we have no way of getting the correct attributes. Like, I mean, we can add back with the Rock, but we can't add back a Dark. We can add back an Earth, but that's gonna not do anything. You do need a Dark to make anything happen with the Holly Sue. And it looks like we have walked into a Vanquish Soul K9 mirror match here in the top 32, as the opponent kicks things off here with Case for K9 as well. Now, I will say, I do think this board is strong, but for Vanquish Soul K9 with a good hand, this is doable, I think. Which time would that be? We have top 32 ahead of ourselves, which is 5 rounds of best of 3 at least. So I'm guessing we're gonna be here for like 4 to 5 hours with the Challenger Cup, but I can't guarantee it. I don't know exactly how long it's gonna take. We're gonna do the entire top 32, and then we'll do the TCG stuff. I would guess about 4 to 5 hours until we start with that. All right, Case for K9 resolves, and Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove is the normal summon. If we use that effect, however, we would walk into the Masquerade here, which would negate it and take a card out of the hand. Very scary to play against this, because a random discard is really scary. Might just take the most important card out of your hand. You never know. It's gonna resolve here, gonna have the life points as well, and then take away a forced release. Okay, that is unlikely to be the most important card in their hand. Let's say it like that. That's not that crazy to lose. Probably weren't happy to draw that to begin with. Oh, especially with the talents. Honestly, little risky to not set the talents before playing into the Masquerade, but we did not get punished for it. We were allowed to keep talents, and we did use the effect to take control of a monster here. This is threatening a variety of things. I mean, if we take the Ripper, that's a disaster. I feel like you can't give them the Ripper. They can use it to search. I feel like we have to chain the quick play here to not hand over Ripper. But at the same time, I believe Masquerade is once per card. So if they take Masquerade, they can't use it again. In case you've ever wondered what the reason is why some cards can be activated again if you take control of them and some cards cannot, it's the difference between, is the card hard once per turn, like per player, like you can only use this effect once per turn, like if it places a restriction on the player, or if it's just a regular once per turn, per card basically. Okay, we make Jax, we destroy Madlove, and now Talents. If it takes the Jax, it's going to be in defense position. If it takes Masquerade, it can't use the effect again, but could attack and make Zeus. And Rock of the Vanquisher, you could also take that and add back your Madlove. So with Case for K9, we have added Izuna to the hand, which is not live currently. We take the Jax though, and we are allowed to activate it now, detaching and destroying a card. The problem is the Jax is in defense mode, so it's not that great to have, honestly. Can't attack with it unless we can. If we can get another body onto the field, then you might be fine. I mean, realistically, it's just that simple, right? If the last card in hand is Jokul, then they're fine. If the last card in hand is not Jokul, then there's a problem, I think. Because it's what? Izuna plus one other card. If the other card is not Jokul. Can it be Lantern? No, we don't have a K9 in the graveyard. It needs to be Jokul. Oh, that is a Typhon line. That's not looking great. Typhon is not a good sign here. The last card in hand is in fact not Jokul. We can bounce the Masquerade, and what might look like a good situation on paper, I think is not good enough ultimately, because we do know there's guaranteed strong follow-up for Vanquish Soul here over on Cat's side. And I don't think a Typhon is going to hold up to that. We also know one card in hand is the Izuna, which is potentially a disruption. The problem is Izuna does not. Ooh, yeah, Holisu here being summoned because we're not threatened by Izuna this turn because Typhon was made, so that's fine. Starting out with Holisu on the field already, we have Raisin in hand, so we're set up for a pretty good turn here. Whereas on the opponent's side of the field, there is an Izuna, but also, unfortunately, Izuna does not work under your own Typhon while Case for K9 is on the field. It's a little bit of anti-synergy there between those two cards, because in order to trigger the Izuna, the opponent has to have activated a card in hand or grave, and that means the Izuna will grow by 900 attack, which would make it too big to work under Typhon. And as a result, Cat is going to win this first game in the Vanquish Soul versus Vanquish Soul matchup here for our top 32. Okay. Even Josh admitted that Typhon is never a good sign. It's not never a good sign. Typhon is a really good card, but it does tend to show up in situations where the player who's summoning Typhon is in a losing position. And of course, it doesn't turn every losing situation around. So it is true that more often than not, when Typhon is being summoned, I think the player who summons Typhon is still losing. But still, if it only turns, let's say if it turns around like only 10% or 20% of the games that it's being summoned in, I would say that still classifies it as a pretty good card, because those are often game states that you would otherwise never win. So I'm still a fan of Typhon, even though I do think the meme of the Typhon win rate is unfortunately kind of accurate. But I do think it is a good card still. Okay, and now we have a Raisin start on the other side of the table. Very solid opener here. We're adding the Heavy Borger to hand. And we are adding the Raisin back to the hand from the graveyard. What are we going to do from here? We do have Holisu, so that confirms Holisu Fire Dark is available. This is the first hand effect being used, so this potentially activates Izuna on the other side of the field. But for now, Holisu is going to reveal Raisin and probably the Heavy Borger. All right, and Madlove is also going to resolve. So nothing yet from the other side. No Molcharmi, no Ash Blossom, no Drollin Lockbird, no Izuna yet. So looks like we're going to be able to essentially go uninterrupted here with Vanquish Soul, which we've seen yesterday still packs a real punch in Master Duel. The full Vanquish Soul board is nothing to easily dismiss. That board is strong, especially if, like, you know, the K9 cards are involved. Because if it was a pure Vanquish Soul deck, this would basically be the end of it. Like, we would draw a card with Heavy Borger, we would go to the end phase, and we would set the Vanquish Soul trap, and we would be done. But with K9 cards in the mix, we are not done at this stage of the turn. So it's going to be... Ooh, there was a little response window there. I feel like maybe holding the Izuna for something. So Heavy Borger going to reveal the Madlove, draw a card, up to 7 cards in hand now. And here's the Jiaolong hitting the board. Do we have double fire in hand to get a free search as well? Here's the Izuna. We're trying to prevent the Ripper. Gotta do that. Not an Nibiru, unfortunately. That would have been really good here. But Izuna sending Lupus does not get hit with Ash Blossom, most importantly. Lupus in the graveyard is also not getting hit by a Ghost Bell. So we are going to be able to make a rank 5 here with the Lupus more than likely. which is good because that prevents the bridge into the Ripper on the other side of the field if we make Nash Knight here. It also looks like the Jiaolong does not have 2 fires in hand to search with, and Nash Knight, since it does not target, is going to be a pretty convenient way to remove one of these level 5s off the board. And as a result, could end up making this game a lot more playable for Cat going second here, because the Ripper pivoting into the K9s at this point is going to be a disaster, especially if now you've activated a card in your hand, so the Ripper gets even more value, and Izuna is live on the other side of the field as well. So it's a very volatile spot here. I think if Ripper hits the field, then it's basically just game over. But if the Nash Knight is able to prevent the Ripper, then you're good. It looks like we're actually going to hold off on using the Nash Knight here because we can just, I mean, that makes sense. We can just use the Nash Knight to threaten the Ripper if it's being summoned. So we're actually not using the Nash Knight to take a level 5 off the board. We're holding on to it. That's interesting. I like that approach. And it forces the opponent to just pass here. We're going to go Borger in draw phase to draw a card. We do not have the Vanquish Soul Trap now because of the way we played that. Which is interesting. And we start the turn with Nash Knight on the field already. It is checked by SP Little Knight because SP responding to Nash Knight means it cannot attach anything. Okay. Seven cards in hand for Vanquish Soul. Elf Note, Regina, and okay, that's some spice we didn't see in game 1. It is a Elf Note version of the Vanquish Soul deck, which we have is not completely unheard of, but it's a pretty interesting one. And Regina especially is pretty interesting here because that's going to summon into the center and summon another Elf Note from the deck. Which gives you a lot of options. That's potentially a Baron the Fleur right there, right? If you summon the Elf Note Power Patron, you can make the Regina level 9, and that can make Baron. Raisin in the center versus Elf Note is funny. It's true, it's very hard for Elf Notes to play around Raisin because they have to use the center main monster zone. It's kind of funny, that interaction. Okay, here's the Elf Note Power Patron. Holly Sue is on the field on the other side, however. And we use Rock to add back a Vanquish Soul from the graveyard because we're maybe missing an attribute for something we want to take with Holly Sue, maybe. So we are trying to add the other Holly Sue from the graveyard. So we now have an Earth monster to use for our own Holly Sue, I would assume. Yep, Earth and Dark gonna try to take control of that Elf Note Power Patron because we do not want to deal with Baron the Fleur here, which is reasonable. We do chain the effect here. We make the Regina level 9. I wonder what that matters for. And we have Jokul as well to further extend. This is a really strong hand for going second. The only downside, I suppose, is that we are investing a lot of cards from the hand here. So we are not likely to be left with enough cards to actually use the Vanquish Soul half of the deck properly. Jokul is going to add a K9 monster, however, and that can add Izuna, and Izuna is live because we used Holly Sue in hand to summon itself. We add Noroi, which is also a normal summon that we can still use. We do get hit with Droll and Lockbird here. That was actually the first search of the turn. Droll is going to hurt significantly here. That cuts us off of Ripper as well, which is pretty difficult to deal with. And now we're in a situation where it's really unlikely that we can go for game this turn because of how many monsters are on the opponent's side of the field. But at the same time, how are we going to make a board that deals with the follow-up? Because there's still 6 cards left in hand. So the Elf Node Power Patron locks you into synchros from the extra deck, but the Holisu takes only control until the end phase. So we're giving this back in the end phase, so we're not going to be locked on the next turn or anything like that. It's even the opposite. This is actually potentially bad for Cat here, because once you get the Elf Node Power Patron back next turn, you can't use Lupus to quick XYZ on the opponent's turn. You could use the Elf Node Power Patron to synchro into something, but that's unlikely to do anything defensively. But getting the Power Patron back could really hurt you here. Okay, we're using Jax here to force out the SP Little Knight, because the SP Little Knight is currently blocking our Nash Knight. Why are we chaining the Elf Node Power Patron? What happened there? Why did we not chain SP? Why did we chain the Elf Node Power Patrons effect? I'm a little confused by that. Okay, take Holisu with Nash Knight. Yeah, we must have clicked the wrong card or something. Because that makes it a lot scarier now that they get to keep the CXYZ Nash Knight around. Is there a way for this to end up being game? We can destroy the Vanquish Soul Field spell with Masquerade. It's not even close to 8,000 damage yet, though, and there still is a lot of follow-up in hand. Here's Noroi, though. Wait, this might be game. This might actually be game if there's no further, like, disruption. Because Izuna can send Lupus. We can still make Ripper. Right? Oh, we're not using Izuna? We draw Lupus? Oh no, Lupus, we already have Lupus engraved. Never mind, because we opened Izuna last turn. Okay. This actually is game. I think I'm gonna eat my words. I mean, I said it was unlikely for them to go for game, but I guess I didn't calculate the possibility that the opponent just wouldn't use the SP Little Knight and instead would use the Elf Node Power Patron in response to Jax. That's not something I saw coming, but I do think as a result of this, this is going to be game here. If I'm not miscalculating, we're gonna have to attack over the Power Patron, and then we're gonna swing with well over... Oh, I did miscalculate. It is not game. They're gonna go down to what? 300? Yeah, 300. 300 life points. We can make Zeus. We can make SP. We're banishing the Heavy Borger, which is sometimes a 1-of, sometimes a 2-of. So if you're lucky and this is a 1-of, then you might cut them off of it. But 6 cards in hand, 300 life points, like in the Vanquish Soul Mirror. Typically, I would say being low on life points is pretty bad because of cards like Heavy Borger and the Vanquish Soul Trap. However, there's no way they have enough cards in hand to make that work here. So you're not actually threatened by those by burn cards here at all. So we draw Fuwalos here. We're using it, or maybe we had it already, but we're using it here. 6 cards in hand to break through Ripper, SP, and Masquerade. Masquerade, if it resolves, is gonna have our life points further to 150, but that might be all that we need to tie up the series here. Here's Raisin. Are we going to use the Masquerade at the earliest point? We are. Stopping access to another Vanquished Soul in hand, as well as a random discard of the Holly Sue. Oh, okay, that could be an important extender. Potentially later down the line. 4 cards left in hand now. Nice column. Yeah, could have summoned the Raisin in a different column, probably should have been in the column of SP and Ripper, but maybe they don't have the attributes to destroy anyways. Who knows? I'm not sure if we know that they have a Dark in hand or not, but yeah, you're right, the center was technically not the best one for Raisin to go into, probably. SP chain to Raisin would prevent the pop anyway. Yes, but you could have, like they did, we could have attacked the SP and then popped the Ripper or the Lupus, right? If we have Fire and Dark in hand, it should have definitely gone into a different zone. Because then we attack over it, we pop the Ripper, and then we make Rock add back Holly Sue. Now the Ripper can negate the Holly Sue, which is not great. Okay. Please be Rock of the Vanquished. Please be Vanquished Soul Rocks, not Typhon. Not again. Please be Vanquished Soul Rocks. It's not Vanquished Soul Rock. It's not Vanquished Soul Rocks. Okay. The Masquerade does destroy itself. But we're gonna have a Typhon on Typhon interaction, which means someone who summoned Typhon is gonna win here, is the good news. A Typhon duelist is gonna win, which is a special moment. It won't change the win rate though. No, it will. Because it's if like this game has a 50% win rate for Typhon, and I think that's more than average, so it's going to increase the average win rate just slightly. So this is good. This is good news. Okay, but it's not that simple because we actually do have the Holly Sue here to summon, and that is going to throw another blocker basically in the way of the Typhon, as well as we do have attributes in hand. We can use the Holly Sue. So it's gonna be really annoying actually to get through this last 150 damage here. I don't know if it's possible for Cat. It depends on the 2 cards in hand entirely, because yeah, we can bring back Lupus, but those two, okay, we drew Maxi with Molchami Fuwalos. That's convenient, I suppose. And we're taking control of the Typhon. We have Izuna in hand and Mad Love. Taking the Typhon and actually winning the game with 150 life points left. That's kind of crazy. I thought they had it. I mean, I miscalculated the damage a little bit. I thought it was game the previous turn for sure. But it wasn't quite enough. And 150 life points, all that they needed to take down the second game. All right, we have a nail biter in the first match of the top 32 already, between these two Vanquished Soul duelists. And I'm checking the timer. We still have about 15 minutes left on the clock for game 3, which is probably good enough. Of course, that is a concern with Vanquish Soul in the mix. When timer hits 0 in Challenger Cups, of course, the player with more life points wins. So you don't want to start a game against Vanquish Soul with only like 2 minutes left, because they got very easy ways to deal burn damage. But okay. I think what happened is because Cat just lost. I think they were supposed to make Cat start, and I think they misclicked. So I would think they just restart probably. It's because the player that loses a game gets to decide who starts in the first game, and maybe they just autopiloted, clicked, I want to go first. Out of habit, which I could see. I don't know how they handle this. Probably just a remake of the game, I would assume. I don't know. Or the hand was just that horrible. No, it was I think it was Kongbong going first, which is not how it was supposed to be. I think the button was blue in the short period of time that I saw. So I think it was... They're leaving the table. I don't know what happened there. Well, they're gonna figure it out. We're gonna jump into a different game in the meantime, because they both left the table now. I don't know what happened there. Or maybe they just had to leave or something like that. I don't know. I'm just checking real quick what the score is between Dark and ETA. Just so we have context before we jump into the game. Here's a win for Dark. And here's a win for ETA. So these two are in game 3 right now. And it's gonna be ETA going first. The Malice sleeves scare me a little bit. It is Cool Tune Rotary revealing Ghost Mourner. And here's a Max C being used, but they do have an Ash Blossom. Good for them. Good for them. Ash the Max C. Now we're gonna go synchro off the Mourner with the Rotary to make Track Maker. Not the strongest opener, but still, I mean, it's gonna work out. So we're gonna Track Maker, add Cool Tune Synchro, and we're gonna quickly look at the hand with Rotary. Genesis, Desires, Q, and was it Effect Veiler? I think it was Effect Veiler. Normal Summon Q. Get Mix. I wonder why we don't Effect Veiler the Track Maker if it was Effect Veiler. Yeah, and with Ash Blossom being in Graveyard already, it's going to be a really strong remix. We're going to look at the top deck. It's going to be an Ash Blossom for turn for Dark. And we make Remix to add back our own Ash Blossom. Which I don't think... we'll see. So Ash Blossom back to hand. Rico being specialed. Rico gets Ashed, which we drew per turn, which they knew about. But we do probably just... That's just fine. Okay. Main phase. We start things off with the Duelist Genesis, and that gets Ashed. So we trade with the Duelist Genesis. I think there's a Pot of Desires and a Q left, as well as an Effect Veiler. So here's Pot of Desires. We chain clip so that Zaylin can stop the Desires. We didn't chain Zaylin. We did not chain Zaylin. But we do get 2 draws. And here's Typhon. Why is it always Typhon, man? I mean, actually, that Typhon's pretty good here, actually. You know what? That Typhon could win. Ah, it's Imperm face down. Okay. Well, I guess it depends a little bit on what the desires drew. Because we are going to need some non-engine here to stop the follow-up turn. There's a synchro overtake. And it resolves. Okay, that's tough. We do have Effect Veiler for it. But the JJ Cool Tune, unless we drew like a Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre would go hard here, to be fair. Is Typhon better than Gores? I haven't played in a while. Yeah, clearly. Typhon is better than Gores, yes. Even though it might not look like it in this game. I'm confused. Why didn't we Zalen the Pot of Desires? Why did we allow 2 random draws? Those could have been really impactful. Okay, well. Anyways. ETA takes down Dark here in a Cool Tune on Cool Tune matchup. Okay. We have Nayroy versus Dino Chief still running. We can jump into that one. And I know what Dino Chief is playing because we spectated them yesterday a bunch. They were on Unchained. I don't know what the opponent is playing because we haven't seen them yesterday, but let's see what's happening here. We have Dino Chief going first here in what I can only assume this is game 3 based on the timer. But I do think it probably is game 3. Okay, we have the 45 card Unchained deck going first. We have Engraver into Tract, Node Roll and Lockbird being activated. Add Lurry, discard Lurry. Let me just speed up this Unchained combo real quick. We make a Requiem. Summoning Lacrima, Lacrima for Engraver. Bring back Engraver. Next up is Fiendsmith Sequence. And here's Izuna. But that gets hit with Ash Blossom. Alright. Ash Blossom, good card going first. Ash Blossom, good for the thrust here as well, but it's not going to save them here. Unlikely, I think. Aerial Eater is the fusion that we make. We send Buyo, the Dawn's Light, to get Mutiny in the Sky. Charvara, destroy the sequence to make Yama. Yama sets... We get Escape off Charvara and we search Aruha. Aruha, destroy Escape. Escape, summon Sarama. Sarama, reset Escape. Destroy the Aruha. And now we get Shayama. We get Unchained Soul of Rage. And now we're live. Didn't Ash Requiem. I think not ashing Requiem there was fine because they opened with Engraver. So they had a guaranteed Light Fiend in rotation anyways. So even if you ash the Requiem, they can like bring back Engraver and then any other body plus Engraver makes the sequence anyways. But I think it's fine to just try to Izuna sequence. But I guess Ash just foiled their plans there completely. All right, Mutiny in the Sky is gonna make Loose the Dusk's Dark, which, because there's a card on the opponent's side of the field, can actually use its effect on the first turn to send any fiend from deck to grave and destroy the Izuna, which is really good. And I mean, the opponent is gonna be on 3 cards in hand only here, so that's a strong end board against 3 cards. 2 sets as well. Let's see it. But I do think we are going to see Unchained move into the top 16 here. Kashtira Birth. Okay, what are we working with here? A Kashtira deck or engine or what? Kashtira with Canines and Fiendsmith? Is this just Kashtira Fiendsmith? This might just be Kashtira Fiendsmith with like Izuna as a hand trap. Oh, well, that's yeah, unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Other games going on still. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that might have been the last game of the round. All right, everybody. We see a lot of different decks so far. Once again, this is a trend that's continuing from yesterday, which I'm really happy about. You know, like it was just like expected to be a lot of cool tune, but we saw a lot of different decks throughout the day yesterday, and I'm very happy to see that a bunch of those decks have made it into the top 32 and are still here and are also still winning. So that's a fun little story about this tournament for me so far. Anyways, that was the top 32. We have the top 16 up next. Gonna go on a very short break before the top 16 begins. Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you are, then don't go anywhere, because we will be back very, very shortly. And we're back with the top 16. We have 16 players left in the game, in the tournament. I'm still trying to figure out if there's people we just haven't watched at all yesterday. I think Geg 15 versus Yuya Sakaki is a match where both of those players we haven't seen yesterday. So let's jump into that one. Why not? All right, and we're gonna see Geg going first. And we have a synchro overtakes. That is another cool tune duelist. Which, ooh, that is a potentially really annoying Droll and Lockbird here. It is resolving. So we're not going to be able to get the full potential out of the rotary graveyard effect. Summoning an effect Veiler with Q here. I feel like that's a giveaway that we already have a card like Ash Blossom in hand, maybe. Because otherwise you would probably go for that one. But okay, we're still going to be able to look at the next two cards. Olisu and Jokul. Now, Jokul in Master Duel, semi-limited, not limited like it would be in the TCG, so not as important. Also, most importantly, both of these are really strong draws. So you kind of don't want to give your opponent either of these, I feel. I guess if you knew their hand with Rotary, you could know whether it's safe or not to give them, like, if they don't have a Vanquish Soul, then Holisu is not doing anything. And if they don't have a level 5, then Jokul does not do anything. But without the hand knowledge here, it becomes a lot harder on like how to manipulate those draws, I feel, because they're both live cards. So banishing the Holisu, leaving Jokul on top of the deck. We're gonna take the risk of letting them draw Jokul. Okay. Activate JJ Cool Tune. That's good. We can tribute the Veiler to special summon Rico. And then Rico can add from graveyard. How important is the Cool Tune field to Cool Tune? I would say pretty important. It's a one of because you don't necessarily want to draw it all the time, but it is a pretty good card. Like it's pretty essential because without the extra normal summons from Cool Tune, Rotary, and the field spell, the deck would be very easy to stop. And in general, like the tributing a monster to get any Cool Tune out of the deck is really, really useful. Turn after turn after turn. Yeah, there's an Ash Blossom, to no one's surprise, because they summoned Effect Whaler with Q, so that means they already have Ash Blossom in hand. And now we can synchro with the mix at some point, which is going to allow us to even destroy that Izuna. So Vanquish Soul is going to draw a Jokul, but is going to be on 3 cards in hand only, or 4 after we draw, I suppose. We're still okay. We're trying to still gather that information on the hand here. I think we need to know what's going on there. We're gonna use Rotary. We're gonna look at the hand. Chaotic Elements, Heavy Borger, K9 Forced Release. Okay, that is not gonna play because we can, like, they're gonna draw Jokul, but Jokul doesn't have another level 5 in hand, so if we can just add back Ash Blossom with Remix for the Chaotic Elements, they could normal summon Jokul actually if we have 2 cards in hand. Because after we add back Ash Blossom... Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, that's guaranteed to not be live. Yep, Ash in hand. All you have to do essentially is not add a second card to your hand right now. Because if you do that, then they can normal summon the Jokul, and that could go downhill real fast. No. So, Forced Release, not usable. Heavy Borger, not usable. Jokul, not usable. Chaotic Elements, ashable. Yep. That's all she wrote. How did Rotary see the hand if drolled? You can still use Rotary under Droll because it says look at your opponent's hand, then you can add. So you can just look and not search. It does work. All right, we're gonna see Vanquish Soul K9 go first here. Hopefully with a better hand than last time. Madlove at least guarantees us a play. If it does resolve. Now Cool Tune, of course, a deck with a lot of interruptions. Very hard to pull off certain things. Also, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, a card that they do play in Cool Tune sometimes. So the field spell actually not the most reliable way to get to your Vanquish Soul engine. Could you look if the add after the look was mandatory? No, then you couldn't activate it under Droll. Alright, here's Vanquish Soul start. We did not get Drolled. Are we getting Ghost Ogred? No, but we're getting ashed on it. Okay. Well, that's weaker than Ghost Ogre, but it's going to prevent the search either way, but the card is going to be allowed to stay on the field, which is worse. Okay, I'm gonna draw a card. I like it. Lots of really good cards that Vanquish Soul can find here. I mean, Izuna, Case for K9, Jokul plus level 5, Holly Sue plus another fire in hand. A lot of combinations. Stake Your Soul. A lot of combinations of cards that will allow them to keep going here. And Chaotic Elements is, well, not... It still needs another level 5, but ooh, that actually is able to get Ghost Belled. I think you're pretty happy about that if you're the Cool Tune player here, because Ghost Bell, typically not the greatest card against Vanquish Soul, so being able to trade 1-for-1 with it here is pretty strong. We do have a reinforcement of the army here, but with the normal summon already used, we would have to go Rock, Special Summon Raisin from hand, which is not the most, you know. Oh, or we just have Holly Sue. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We have double fire for the Jowlong, or is it just Ripper? I mean, just Ripper. It is just Ripper. Yep, and we've seen enough. Okay. There a deck breakdown for the top? I can ask real quick. Maybe there is. All right, we got Cool Tune going first here. Game number 3 in top 16. Who's going to advance to the top 8? We're going to start by ashing Cool Tune Synchro, hoping that that was their only starter. I mean, it's not unlikely because typically if you have multiple starters, you kind of sometimes want to hold Cool Tune Synchro for later, but also sometimes you want to use it in draw phase just to play around Droll and Lockbird because your other starters don't play around it as well. Here we do see Rotary plus Mix. That is a guaranteed play. Ooh, that did just play into an Izuna. That did make Izuna live. We do normal summon Mix. It cannot get ashed anymore. Vanquish Soul typically doesn't play Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler. So the only thing that they could have here is a potential Droll and Lockbird. But it looks like that's not happening either. So here's Q. We do have a Moltrami Fualos in response here. Not the worst. Not the worst. What? There's an Ash on both sides. Okay. Well, Ash going first against Ash going second. We know how that goes. So we have 3 cards in hand. Cool Tune is going to check them out in a second. And I think that's going to be... I mean, unless those 3 cards are basically perfect, that's going to be really rough. Because Ash Blossom is now in rotation for Cool Tune, so they can add it back with Remix later. I guess we're going to find out momentarily what's in hand here for Vanquish Soul. A second Ash, a Heavy Borger, and a Vanquish Soul start. That is not even a starter yet. There's not even a starter yet, and I mean, with Q in the rotation, there's probably not going to be a top deck either. Yeah, the Moltrami basically the only into this game for Yuya here. Unfortunately, denied that opportunity. Gonna draw a Dimension Shifter for turn here. That's basically the worst thing imaginable with cards in the graveyard already. So, yep, Dimension Shifter, Ash Blossom, Heavy Borger, and a Vanquish Soul start in hand. So essentially, at this point, not able to even do anything next turn. Yeah, really needed that Moltrami to resolve there. But the thing is, like, the Moltrami wouldn't even have been that crazy with their hand, right? Like, they needed multiple draws to get out of that situation. So if the Moltrami would have drawn like 1 or 2 cards, maybe it would have been playable, but still not easy by any means. But yeah, the Ash on the Moltrami just sealed the deal there. Let's jump into Nezu versus Bet Mecha here. I'm just gonna try and figure out what the score is so far. It looks like it is currently 1-0 for Nezu, because I'm only seeing a win for Nezu. Yep. We have another Vanquish Soul. There's a lot of Vanquish Soul today. Max C resolves. Okay. That's not good news for Vanquish Soul. We normal summon Mad Love before drawing a card with Borger because we don't want to draw our target for it, I would assume. Honestly, Macrosol, out of all the decks to be hit with a Maxi, probably one of the better ones under it, especially if you start with the Vanquisol cards. Of course, if you start with the K9 half of the deck, that is much weaker into Maxi, but here, honestly, just searching with the field spell and then getting the trap in the end phase and then just passing with 6 cards in hand and the Vanquisol trap is not the end of the world. It really isn't. Because we likely have set up to do a lot on the opponent's turn already. That is one of the reasons that originally made me so like happy to play Vanquisol before the K9 cards in the TCG, that it was so good into cards like Mold Charmy. We are pushing into it here though. Adding Izuna with Joko. And we also are going to make... I mean, I can only assume it's Ripper. Yeah. I mean, 2 extra draws for the Ripper isn't the craziest decision ever, because you do get Izuna. You do get a Ripper hand or a Grave Negation. You do get the quick play spell into Werewolf, so it is a lot of interruption from the Ripper. It might be worth 2 draws. Not sure. I'd be surprised if we did more than this, though. Wait, we return our Augur to the hand. But now we can't set the trap card. Oh, we drew the trap. Okay, that's unfortunate. Eight cards in hand for Nezu going second here. Going up against a pretty strong board anyways. Duo Therion being activated to try and add a Magnet Bonding, which we are going to stop with Ripper. So that's going to take 1 card out of the hand immediately, which is nice. But of course, we still have 7 cards left. Okay, we go with Cartharin, which gives us an additional normal summon. So now we're back to the original 6 cards in hand. Here is Beta. To search a level 4 or lower magnet, we chain K9 Forced Release, targeting the Ripper. We're trying to get the Werewolf as soon as possible. Chain Magnet Bonding. Add the Linear Magnum Plus, probably. Okay, well, Forced Release is going to destroy the Magnet Warrior on the field. And I guess what we're doing here is we can continue playing for sure. We're gonna get the search from the Beta still. Summoning the Werewolf in attack is kind of risky into something like a Triple Tactics Talons, which I think the Magnet Warrior deck typically uses. They could just take the Werewolf. I guess if you summon the werewolf in defense, though, it doesn't have enough defense to live the attack of the linear magnum, right? So if they just summon it, because that doesn't start a chain, they can just summon it without without activating any effects that the werewolf can respond to. And then they could attack over the werewolf. So maybe it's okay to summon it in attack mode here. Because realistically, if Talons takes it, you still chain the effect to look at the hand and get rid of a card. And then if the trap is presumably the Vanquish Soul trap, you can destroy it anyways. And we are indeed going to continue with that linear magnum. And we are going to activate some chain links here. So werewolf is going to be able to look at the hand if they want to do that here. Indeed, look at the hand and banish a card from it. Let's see what Nezu is working with. Ooh, we're going to use Mad Love here to return the Magna Warrior from field to the hand here as well. Because it is currently the monster with the lowest defense on the field. There it goes. Werewolf takes a look. We see double Ghost Bell, Halt by the Grave, but also the Delusion, which is not great. If we banish the Sigma minus, that is an important extender out of the hand, which is the choice here. Now Sigma plus adds back Sigma minus from grave again. So we did have that as a target for that. So kind of the same situation as beforehand. Okay, and the fusion effect is going to resolve here to make Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum. And slowly but surely, we are whittling away at the canine interruptions. We have Lupus here, but that I don't think is going to resolve. We have Ghost Spell for that. So Ghost Spell is going to stop the Lupus from jumping out of the graveyard. Honestly, a little bit risky just in case the face down is called by the grave, but we did resolve Maxi, so we probably are not worried about called by the grave. Unless it was drawn off of Heavy Borger, I guess. Summon Ghost Spell. That threatens Baron the Fleur right now. Kinda have to use something here. Yeah, it is the Vanquish Soul Trap, indeed. We did have the hard draw of the trap, and we are going to be forced to wipe the board here. Otherwise, Baron the Fleur would not be pleasant. Probably want to summon out Raisin here. Yep. Because we can still search for Caesar Valius or Holly Sue for another interruption. And we do get Holly Sue. And now what's left for Nezu? We've got a Bell, a Called By, and a Magnet Bonding. We can bring back Delusion from the grave, which is good. Now we go Magnet Bonding for Flux. But we do respond with Holisu now. One thing to be aware of here for Nezu, like this game's been going on for a while now, and at the moment we still have about like 17 minutes left in the round. But if they do end up having to play another game after this, Vanquish Soul is at an advantage when the game goes to timer, I think. So you don't wanna try too long, only to then lose the game with like 5 minutes left, and then you know, you're in a very awkward position against Vanquish Soul. But maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible to win this turn, I guess. But it's going to be hard. There's an Ash Blossom as well. Mad Love revealed for Holisu. That's going to summon Caesar Valius. We know there are all 3 attributes. I don't think it's going to be possible. I don't think Magnet Warrior can break this unless I'm missing something. I don't see a way for to access Block Dragon at the moment, most importantly. Bring back Beta, but that's used its effect already. Can you explain how the timer in Game 3 works? In Challenger Cups in general, it's just as soon as the timer hits 0, the player with more life points wins, and if it's equal life points, then it's just first damage, basically, immediately. Why didn't Illusion take? Because I think we... what was it? We targeted Holisu. It says destroy it, or if you targeted an earth monster, you can take control of it instead. I'm not sure if this is correct, if it's a correct ruling, but it's like, because the card can't be destroyed because of the trap card resolving earlier, you can't do the other thing instead. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's intended or a bug, actually. Because some people in chat are saying it's bugged. I'm not sure if maybe that's how it's supposed to work. I genuinely don't know. Is there anything we can do by crashing? Well, not the Lupus, but crashing the Asa is what I was thinking. I don't know why we crashed the Lupus. Oh, because Analyzer. Okay. If only your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. All right, we're gonna gamble a little bit on the next 5 cards in the deck, but there was an Ash Blossom earlier, so we're even gonna deny that. But there's Called by the Grave. Right? There is Called by the Grave. So gonna stop Ash. And look at the top 5. I don't know. We're in main phase 2 now. Is it possible or not? Let's see it. Analyzer. Misses. Oh, it missed completely. And that's gonna be the game. Okay. Misses completely with the Analyzer. Rough, rough, luck with that one. All right, we have about 12 and a half minutes left. 12 and a half minutes left, and Nezu gonna have the ability to go first in that final game with the Magnet Warrior, Block Dragon, Rock combo deck. Gonna see if that's gonna be able to take the win here in game 3. Magnet's so weak. I feel like it was not weak that game. I feel like it was still rather impressive how much they were able to do into that setup, because Vanquish Soul had to put up a lot of interruption there. I think the Magnet Warrior deck is pretty strong actually. All right, and it's Nezu going first for game number 3. Max C in the standby phase. That's a big one. There's a Cult by the Grave again. Nezu drawing Cult by the Grave. Like it's not limited or anything like that, but that's gonna banish the Max C, and now we're gonna play a game of 4v4. And here's Beta. Thinking about ashing the Beta, I guess. I would think that maybe Ash would be better just letting them make the fusion and then Ash the fusion, rather than risking them already having Sigma minus in hand. Or even go one step further and let the fusion add the quick play and then Ash the quick play, if they're using the effect to add. They're thinking about it. They Ash here. Okay. Hoping for no extender, but if the Sigma minus is already in hand, but it isn't. Getting rewarded for using the Ash Blossom here and passing without a play on just Beta the Electromagnetic Warrior. That's not good. We even spent the Cult by the Grave to negate the Max C, and then we weren't able to perform any special summons. Well, now we're special summoning, but it's a little late now. Special summon a level 4 Magnet Warrior from your deck is good to have here. Also opens up the board here for a second for a potential Molcharmy from hand, which would be maybe helpful. But I don't think this translates into any sort of disruption here, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think this does anything defensively. It just guarantees us some setup for next turn, if there is a next turn. And there is the Molcharmy Fualos on this open board for a second here. Did we save? They thought about something. Is it a second Ash Blossom? No, it's not. Or if it is, then they decided not to use it. Molcharmy Fualos is going to resolve, and Beta is going to guarantee some amount of follow-up here. Going for Epsilon. Epsilon is going to send a level 4 lower Magnet Warrior from deck to grave, and then able to revive the Beta to get a search for next turn. Right? Nezu is thinking about it. Revive Beta, pop Beta, revive. Is Omega plus a quick effect to revive itself? I thought it wasn't. No, it's not. How did this game 3 start? It was Maxi at the draw phase, getting hit by Called by the Grave, and then Nezu passed to 1 Ash Blossom on the beta. And now we're in the Vanquish Soul player's turn. Oh, Stake Your Soul, normally a great card. Oh, that explains a lot. We needed the Ash Blossom as a fire for Stake Your Soul, but now we have a counter Ash Blossom from Nezu. Lots of Ash Blossoms this game. And we just surrender. Okay, well, once again, the rule holds up. Ash Blossom going first beats Ash Blossom going second. I mean, at this point, it was unfortunate because Nezu used beta to guarantee follow-up, and it looks like Bet Mecha just wasn't able to use the Ash Blossom on that or the Molcharmi because they needed the Fire Monster for Stake Your Soul and couldn't afford to discard it. And then they knew writing was on the wall. Magnet Warrior had crazy follow-up next turn. They couldn't play the game apparently. And yeah, unfortunate ending there for Vanquish Soul. Do we have any other games still running? We do have this one on table number 2. This is probably game 3 as well because we only have 6 minutes left on the round in top 16 here. And we see Lex yugioh going first here. Let's see what we've got. We've got a Molcharmi on our own turn. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Going second. All right, we've got Holly Sue, Maxi, and Fuwa, by the way. Okay. Pain Izuna. And we pass. I mean, only 4 cards in hand, 5 now. Still have to play against Holly Sue and potentially Lupus. But there's another Fuba, and that Fuba is actually better than the first one. And it's another Magnet Warrior deck. We could be seeing a second Magnet Warrior move into the top 8 in a moment here. And honestly, it's looking kind of likely, I will say. Here's Research. That's a lot of... That is a lot of pushes. Holly Sue to take the Researcher. Heavy Borger to return the Holly Sue to try and draw a card. Battle phase, Lupus effect, 4200 attack on that Magnet Warrior. We're gonna make Jax. Jax is going to destroy one of the level 4s to stop Block Dragon from coming out via Gallant Granite, I assume. We do some damage here though, and we now use Omega Plus to get a second level 4 onto the field. The Linear Magnum adds itself back to the hand, and we can now go for Gallant Granite anyways. Here's Caesar Valius though. Didn't know about that one, I think. Wonder if that was the draw off of Heavy Borgo. That'd be crazy. And we have all 3 attributes, and that's going to destroy Gallant Granite. Here's Magnet Bonding to extend, but with no way to block Dragon. We shuffled back the Gallant Granite. Maybe there's a world in which we can make it again? Researcher, okay. Koakimeru Guardian, Barrier Statue of the Drought. Normal summoned Roland Lockbird, make Reprodocus. Uh-oh, that's a curious angle. Yeah, we do get Block Dragon. We do get Block Dragon via Curious here. Send 3 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. Banish 3. Make SP Little Knight. We're in main phase 2, where we can banish the Caesar Valius forever. Here's Sigma Minus and Koakimeru Guardian added to the hand. Duoterion, last card in hand to search for Magnet Bonding. That's gonna add Telusion. Magna Warrior is gonna fuse with that Telusion for Plasma Magnum. Bring out Telusion, bring out Block Dragon. Pretty strong board here. Holly Sue. is trying to special summon. Raisin is trying to search, but is gonna get banished by the SP, but Orger is gonna try and dodge that. Delusion is gonna try to take control of the Raisin. Wait, it destroys it. Oh, because you have the option, right? You can destroy it if you want to. You can take control if you want to, and they don't want to. Okay. We're gonna make the SP smaller. There's 2 minutes left at this point, but we are also still watching the replay. We're not live yet. This is a strong push from Vanquish Soul. Honestly, they might just be winning this game even through the Block Dragon here. Gokul add Lantern. That's a lot of pushes. We make Nash Knight. Yeah, I think Vanquish Soul should be winning here if they have the time to pull it off. Gonna bring back the 2 Magnet Warriors. Lantern adds Forced Release. Makes Ripper. Battle Phase. You choose the attack targets. Wait. Wait, they almost lost by going to the battle phase. What the? Oh, they must have not realized that that's what was going to happen. They had to destroy the Sigma minus with the forced release. They might lose because of that. They're on 800 life points. Okay, we destroyed the full board, but there's Block Dragon in the graveyard and Sigma minus was destroyed. Couldn't they not attack? No, I think the fusion forces you to attack. Or no, the Sigma minus is the one that says you have to attack. Or something like that. Yeah. While you control an Earth monster, your opponent's monsters that can attack must attack Earth monsters. And then you choose the attack targets as well. We're still not live yet, so I'm not sure how this game ended because we are in overtime now. But this is still a replay, so this probably was played before overtime was called. I'm just trying to see how this game ends. We could have put this was kind of crazy. That game was really crazy because we could have used the Jiaolong to turn our own Madlove to defense position. You don't have to change your opponent's monsters. You can change your own. So we could have changed our own Madlove, and actually I think this was Vanquish Soul's game to win, but it's a great showcase of how sometimes playing one of those less expected decks where people have like not the most experience against it can really pay off. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's been basically never relevant for me in my games against Magnet Warrior that they can choose your attack targets sometimes. So it's an easy thing to forget. I will say that's an easy thing to forget, especially when the timer is ticking down. You know, there's like 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock. You gotta hurry. You gotta go for game because you're behind on life points, and that stuff happens. And that's one of the advantages of Magnet Warriors. All right, well, that was a nail biter finish. That was a nail biter finish. And now we are waiting for our top 8 to start. So that should have been the last game of the top 16. I hope you guys are enjoying the game so far. We're definitely having some bangers today. So I hope to see you guys soon for the top 8. We're going to go on a short break of just a couple of minutes, and then we will be right back. All right. And as that last match that we just watched went so much into overtime, we are already back with our top 8 duelists. You can see finally all of the duelists fit onto one screen. So these are our matchups here. I think we've seen most of these players at some point in a feature match throughout the tournament. The only one that I'm not entirely sure we've seen so far in today's Challenger Cup, we've seen them in previous Challenger Cups for sure, is Lou with a U. So let's just jump into this matchup. I also did ask for you guys what the deck breakdown was for the top 32. And it seems like the most represented deck in top 32 was Cool Tune. Second most represented was Vanquish Soul K9. In third and fourth place combined with the same amount of players was Sky Striker and Magnet Warriors. And then we do have an Unchained player as well. Anyways, here we see Lou with a U actually, remaining Sky Striker duelist in the field. Let's go. Zulibo, no play going first here, but does have a Droll and Lock Bird to stop after that engage. And we do see double Droll, Clip, double Infinite Impermanence was the opener here for Cool Tune. Really unfortunate hand. Clip is going to get shuffled in, so we're left with a Droll and Lockbird and double Infinite Impermanence. Not a great hand at all. You also had Memento. Oh, were you on Memento? Then the thing that they sent me was incomplete. And in top 8, it looks like we have 3 Cool Tunes, 2 Magnet Warriors, 1 Vanquish Soul K9, 1 Unchained, and 1 Sky Striker. So Cool Tune is the most represented deck in top 32 and also in top 8, but there is a decent bit of variety here. Okay, we know there's, yeah, I mean, we're just calling it a day here. Very unfortunate hand for Zulibo in this first game. They're gonna have the next 2 games to try and come back from that one, but that was a rough start. And Lou with a U, last remaining Sky Striker duelist in this top 8, takes the first win off of the Cool Tune deck for Zulibo. Let's see how this is gonna continue. Yeah, no Rose Whip makes this easier for Sky Striker for sure. Speaking of Naturias, I think Sky Striker definitely wants to dodge the remaining Magnet Warriors in the field because they can summon Naturia Beast, and that's not a good time for Sky Striker. All right, we have a better hand here for Zulibo in game number 2. We do start with Cool Tune Q added by Cool Tune Synchro, so we will have plays this time around. And Sky Striker not known to have the most amount of like interruptions from the hand. No Ash Blossom here, which is like something that some Sky Strikers play, but is not being drawn here. So Rotary is being summoned. We do respect the possibility of a Droll and Lockbird by going for the Rotary first. Oh, hold up. It's a small oopsie, but it's a little bit of an oopsie. The Rotary, in my opinion, should never be on a lower chain link than Cool Tune Q. I think you always want to check their hand before you check their top deck, because it's so much easier to make a good decision on what to do about the top deck situation when you know what's in their hand. Like a card that might sound really scary on top of the deck, like a Forbidden Droplet here is a perfect example, or Pot of Desires. If they already have one of those 2 cards in hand here, then it would be an easy, like, well, you can have a second copy of that. But because we don't know that yet, both of these cards are incredibly scary for Cool Tune. It's a Droplet or a Desires, both of which have great value. And knowing what's in their hand would make it a lot easier to make a good decision here. We banish Desires. And we put Droplet on top of the deck. Okay. There was a Droll and Lockbird in hand. We played around it pretty well, but that hand is solid. Ray, Engage, Called By, and Shark Cannon. I mean, Shark Cannon is like the odd one out here. That's not the greatest card to have. And Droll and Lockbird, honestly, it's so hit or miss in this matchup that I'm sometimes even hesitant if I want to play it in decks like Sky Striker, because it can be really good, but here, honestly, it's so mediocre. We're not even using it. We're just, because we're going to draw Forbidden Droplet, we're just going to keep Droll and Lockbird as a Droplet send. And I honestly think, I think that's reasonable. think it's mostly for crossout. It could be. I've been experimenting with some Sky Striker lists that had exactly one droll for crossout. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, and because we know that there's a Cult by the Grave, so we don't want to end on remix, and also we know there's a droplet being drawn, so there's no point in making stuff like Zalen immediately, so we're gonna pass on a relatively small board here. No immediate end board pieces yet, really, but we can still get into those later. Okay, we start with engage. We basically we don't even try to resolve that for a draw. And we add linkage. Okay. Linkage is added. Is there a droll in Lockbird again? We drew it in game 1. It is in their deck. No droll yet. I mean, they don't have it. Otherwise, they would use it here. Normal summon of Sky Striker Ace Ray. And we activate Cool Tune Synchro. We add Q. Here's Zalen. The thing is, if we activate Trackmaker to bounce here, which we are, if you chain Ray here, Zalen could negate it because it's chain link 3. But you kind of have to chain it, otherwise it just goes back into your hand and then you've used your normal summon. You could call by the Trackmaker, I guess. We're gonna chain Zalen, but now you can safely chain the Ray. Or chain the Droplet, sending Droll and Called By. Chaining both to just eliminate the options to chain to this. But there is a response here which basically confirms that there's an infinite impermanence face down, I think. Banish the one of Mystical Space Typhoon. Okay. I mean, Zalen is now small, which is neat. We can attack over it easily. But we are going to go for a Link 1 first. And that is going to be Kagari attempting to add back that copy of Engage that we've already used previously in the turn. Right now, we've got 2 other spells in the grave, so the Engage wouldn't even draw a card just yet. And if we do try to use Infinite Impermanence on this, we've already confirmed that there is a linkage in hand for Sky Striker. So 1 Infinite Impermanence is not going to be good enough here. Do chain Cool Tune Synchro. which potentially lets us make RS right away to stop that engage in its tracks. We should know the last card in hand here, right? There's it was linkage, and we should have seen the other one. Shark Cannon. Yeah, Shark Cannon. Yeah, there's an effect Baylor as well. Okay, but this is still not bad for Sky Striker here, unironically. This is still completely doable for Striker, depending on the last cards in Zulibo's hand as well. The only thing here is, like, you just have to, if they make RS here, you have to not use Zero's effect on summon. Instead, you have to use Zero to tag out. Add mix. Make B2B. Okay. How good is B2B here? This may have been a bait with a second effect Baylor. Because otherwise, I find it hard to imagine that you just allow your opponent to go for Zero and search for another engage. That's so dangerous here. They do allow the add of engage. That's kind of crazy. Can make RS to negate engage. I don't think they have the levels for that. They're making a loudness war here. But they don't have the another Rico. Okay, Mix is gonna destroy Zero. Here's the thing, right? Ray activates. You can stop that with Rotary. Shuffle it back into the deck with the Loudness War. And I guess it does come down to what does this engage draw now. Because they have normal summoned. They've used Kagari this turn. They've used Zero this turn. So they're not in the strongest position. Especially if the last card in hand is Rico here, then this is winning. Which I'm assuming it is, but I'm not sure we knew about that. It is Rico. Okay, nice play. We lose Zeke. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything about that RS. You can revive Zaylan with Shark Cannon, which is sometimes a really interesting interaction. The problem is that if we do that, we cannot use engage after. Steal something, make Typhon. They can't Typhon. They used linkage this turn. You can't make Typhon after linkage. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, that is going to be game number 2, the equalizer for Cool Tune. Well played. I do love that matchup. I think it's always a very fun back and forth that can go either way, because like Sky Striker is so good at breaking boards. All right, game 3 begins. I guess the question we haven't answered yet is, does Lou with the U actually want to go first? with Sky Striker? I would assume the answer is yes from the cards I've seen. Yep. Indeed. All right, Sky Striker is going first here for game 3 in top 8. And we start things off with Upstart Goblin. There is Droll Lockbird again. It was here in game 1. It's here in game 3. No way to stop it. All right. Well, that's rough. Here's Ray, though. Tribute itself. Now here's 0. However, we have no Sky Striker card in the graveyard, so we can't even use that effect. We can use the effect to tag out into Ray and Rose, which could then go for Camellia, which could then send something to add back with Kagari at least. So we are still creating some card advantage. We are still creating some interruptions. The problem is we don't have enough spells in the graveyard even to like make a Widow Anchor that can take. We imperm the Camellia on summon, I believe, to play around linkage. 3 cards left for Cool Tune in hand. 4 cards left in hand for Sky Striker. Camellia can only be summoned once. Yeah, like I think every Sky Striker link says that. All right, set 1, set 2, set 3, end phase. Let's see how good these back row cards are for Sky Striker in this matchup. All right, here's Cool Tune Q. Oh, that's a good one. That resolves. Oh, that is so good here. Uh-oh. Adds Rotary to the hand. Here's Linkage. And Super Poly. Okay. All right. Here's the Sea Monster of Theseus. Linkage sends Camellia. Summons 0. I feel like you don't use the effect on summon here, just to be safe. Rotary for the extra normal summon. We know that that's there. Normal summon mix. Now, I'm pretty sure if 0 tags out here successfully, then it is probably just game. If there's Ash, or I mean, there's no Ash because Maxi resolved. But if there's Bell, then maybe there's a chance. But okay, we do resolve 0. We bring back Ray. We bring out Rose. And we destroy the mix. And that is, I think, unlikely to be able to be played through. And now we use Ray in the end phase to tag out because we haven't done so yet. We can go for Shizuku to access engage in the end phase here. And I don't see how. I mean, there's no Ash in hand because the Maxi resolved. So we know that much. And I think that's going to make it really hard for Cool Tune to overcome this position. Second roll. There could be a second roll because they did just have a response window. But I think the second roll here on the follow-up turn is not nearly as impactful as the first. Isn't Link into Zero just game? I mean, let's calculate. 2200 from Theseus, 2000 from Zero is 4200. Tag out into Ray and Rose is plus 3000, so that's 7200. And then Ray tags out into Kagari with 4 spells engrave, which is game if there's no infinite impermanence to reset its attack down to 15. We're going to use Zeke here to clear the main monster zone off of the Theseus. So we're going about it in a little bit of a different fashion than what we just talked about. We do use Effect Veiler on the Zeke here to try and keep them locked in that position, which honestly, that could work here with the way that they did it. Because Camellia is used, you can't make Camellia with Theseus anyways. This could be actually annoying depending on how their extra deck is set up. I'm not sure if I like the decision to make that Zeke not with the Theseus. Yeah, you can't make SP with this either. We're not gonna have game now. Wait, we may have just lost it. We may have just lost it actually into that Effect Veiler. Okay, we can Lemniscate. Oh, that is so complicated, but it does work. We can Lemniscate our own Theseus back into the extra deck to clear the main monster zone. Now we can activate Engage, but we didn't have game now. We are gonna have to play another turn now against Rotary plus Rico, at least. And there's Roland Lockbird. Okay. So Rico plus Rotary is in hand. We added Linkage. We don't have access to Widow Anchor now. I feel like Widow Anchor was the highest priority against this hand. We go Chain Vision to draw 2 cards. Or add Space Typhoon. We add Mystical Space Typhoon. This covers for the field spell, I guess, if they draw it. It covers for the field spell, but other than that, I'm pretty sure we know the cards in hand are Rico and Rotary, which is multiple pushes. Okay, we have Lemniscate, which is removal. Don't have a whole lot of Sky Striker spells in graveyard, though. After the Linkage hits the grave, it's only 2 Sky Striker spells in the grave, to be precise. So the Lemniscate is only a bounce 1. And after we add back linkage here, it's no longer bouncing anything. Four face downs. We know Mystical Space Typhoon, Lemnis Gate, and Linkage. The last one is a mystery. And we have the 0 pop. And for Zulibo, we know that there's Rotary and Rico. So Rotary effect is going to reveal that Rico. There's an unknown card in the hand. I mean, I guess let's see it. Yeah, not having a card in hand is nice, because Rotary cannot add, and if they make Track Maker, that can add Q, I guess, but as long as you can handle the Q, you're fine. At mix. So mix plus Rotary plus an unknown. Trying to go 0. Oh, they drew Ash Blossom off the top. That is so massive. Oh, that is so massive. Okay. Now what? Now we could go Lemnis Gate to return the Rico back to the hand, forcing them to do another normal summon. We activate Linkage. Is Linkage even a disruption at this point? I don't think so. Go for Kagari. Amatsu. Yeah, I guess Amatsu would have checked a potential... what's it called? Okay, things are going in a very weird direction right here. Okay, we needed the Linkage engraved to activate the Lemnis Gate, but then I don't know why we made Kagari, because we now don't add back anything. This could have been an Amatsu. Or a Shizuku. So now it's Rotary mix Rico. We can just normal summon Rotary. Normal summon Rotary to make Track Maker. Okay, we can now, this way, I guess it wins if the last back row isn't good. Because Rico is gonna force this back row now. Track Maker can search the field spell. The field spell can get you an extra normal summon and access to Q. If the last face down is good, however... it's Droplet, isn't it? But no, if it's Droplet, we would have won earlier. What is it? It's chainable at least. That's gotta be good news. Shark Cannon again? Could be Shark Cannon again. That'd be like worst case, I guess. Yeah, worst case, it's Shark Cannon. Best case, it's Widow Anchor. That wins the game immediately. It's Droplet? Wait, Droplet on Rico was really good. Okay, I mean, it's It's still not the worst situation ever. If you top deck a play now, you're still winning, I guess. But we do need to top deck a play. Anything. Ray, engage, Hornet drones. That's it. Those are the one. Desires into one of those. Vision into one of those and a quick spell. But it all comes down to this. You do need to play now, and you need... because they got follow-up. They got mix. No. Oh! What happened? How did we get here? Oh. Had to play weird to free the monster zone. Yeah, but that was our own fault, right? We could have linked off the Theseus and that would have made it much easier. Because if you like, it was Theseus plus Ray plus Rose. If you just make the Zeke with Theseus plus one of the strikers, even if they Veiler it, they do another Ash Blossom. That's hilarious. You can always make 0 with the remaining 2. Oh, that's rough. I mean, I don't blame them because Sky Striker is a very difficult deck with a lot of small things, and it's so punishing. It's so punishing. Like, none of the things that they did this game were like obviously wrong. There was like no like terrible misplay or anything like that. It was just a lot of small things that added up. Ultimately, which is just how it goes sometimes with Sky Striker. It's really rough sometimes. But now it's gonna be game. It was Droplet. It was Droplet out of all things. Yeah, that's game. That's game. That's B2B. Wait. Okay. Not B2B anymore. It's still game. Yeah, B2B plus Q is enough damage. Oh, and what a nail biter of a set, and Zulibo runs away with it. Oh, so close. And we do lose the last Sky Striker duelist in the tournament. Well fought. It was a very interesting game. I enjoyed watching that. Even though if the last remaining Sky Striker did fall, it was a very enjoyable game to watch. GG's. All right, let's jump into Geg versus Shureg. Which is currently, there's a win for Shureg. Oh no, it's over. Okay, never mind. Cat versus Nezuden, which is currently 1-1. This is the Elf Note Vanquish Soul deck. Power Patron, make Regina level 9, make Baron the Fleur. Power Patron adds... Regina adds itself back to the hand as well. Adds another copy of Lucina. Stake your soul, reveal that Lucina. This is why these two decks have synergy, because the Lucinas are a great way to get fire attributes in hand. And you do just get a free Baron out of this. And you have a ton of fire attributes in rotation, so these two decks flow pretty well together. I wonder if there's a big K9 package in the deck as well. We may have seen it earlier, but I'm not actually sure. I don't remember. There might be enough space to play all of it. The Elf Node package is 5 cards. Isn't it kind of crazy that it is only... That is such a small Elf Node package, but this is the second time already I've seen them open Regina plus an Elf Node to send. I think it is kind of crazy. There are the K9s. Yeah, if there's anything that was missing to a K9 Vanquish Soul end board, it's definitely Baron the Fleur. I mean, they didn't have that beforehand, but now they do. Noroi, look at the hand. There was a super poly, I saw that. Baron destroys case for K9, sets forced release. Oh, we attach the rock to play around Super Poly, making Flux. But Super Poly is still live. Baron and Ripper make Garura because they're both Wind Warriors. So the Baron... This is the only time you can say this sentence. But the Baron existing actually made this end board worse, I think. Which is I think the first time I've ever seen that in my life, that Baron the Fleur has made an end board weaker. Which is a crazy thing to say. And now the entire board has been forced, except for the K9 quick play spell, but the K9 quick play spell is missing the K9. And we still have 5 cards left in hand. Here's Regina, though. That gets ashed with the quickness. I think that's a second ash that was just drawn off Garura, because we discarded the first one for Super Poly. Convenient. Normal summon Epsilon, bring back Sigma Plus, make Gallon Granite, add Block Dragon. Uh-oh, I've seen this before. I feel like attaching your own Rock of the Vanquisher with Nash Knight was not the play. If we're exposing Ripper plus Baron to Super Poly already, why were we so scared of the Rock staying around? They must have just missed that opportunity, I think. Oh god, what is this? Curious again? What are we doing with Curious if we already have Block Dragon? I don't know. Do I want to know the answer? Dragon's Mind. Okay. An Omni Negate. All right. Researcher. Now we're live. Kwakimiru Guardian and Barrier Statue. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, this Magnet Warrior deck has been pretty good today. And here's a Baron the Fleur on the other side of the field. Destroying Vanquish Soul start. Arthur for an extra normal summon. Normal summon Analyzer. Excavating again. Hitting another Kwakimiru Guardian. Do you even want the second one, or are you going to take one of the magnets? No, we take the second one. This is enough damage already. You can stop now, Nezu. Actually, wait, we can't attack directly, right? Because we used SP on both sides? Yeah, we can't attack directly. We have to build a board. But I suppose we are in the process of that anyways. I mean, we have double Kwakimiru Guardian, Baron the Fleur. We're gonna do damage here, which is actually relevant because there are at the moment only 1 minute and 45 seconds left. So being ahead in life points is definitely important here for Nezu. Ahead by 2,000 life points, which is, you know, more than what Borger can do. And the trap to reset? Well, they're not resetting the trap because that would be paying more life points. They would be behind in life points if they set back the Dragon's Mind. Because that's the one way you can lose here. There's a minute left. They never lose this game if it's not for timeout, I don't think. So it's just a question of, can Cat deal 2,000 damage in a minute? And I think the answer is no. I think Nezu is winning this. I mean, there's double Kwakimiru Guardian and Baron the Fleur. How are you going to deal damage? Okay, Typhon. Nice. Okay, awesome. Or is it C-Nash? It's C-Nash. Okay. Not Typhon. We use Flux to counter that. Still have double Guardian and Baron. And the timer is ticking down. There's 5 seconds left, but I don't think it matters. It doesn't make a difference here. Oh, no! Oh, dude, you had 2 seconds left in the round. Why did you have to do it to my boy Typhon? Come on, man. We didn't have to do that. Well, yeah. I mean, either way, Nezu is taking this one, whether it's by timeout or just by, you know, the normal board state. So Nezu is going to be the one advancing into the top 4 with Magnet Warriors, a deck that's been holding up strong even in this cool tune metagame, and is going to walk away with this match in the top 8 here. Well done, well played. Going second into a full Vanquish Soul board plus Baron the Fleur from the Elf Node cards, with a little bit of help from Super Polymerization, getting rid of Baron and Ripper. But still, that was pretty impressive. All right. Congrats, Nezu, on making it into the top 4. And that is going to be our last feature match for the top 8. We are going to be on a very short break before our top 4 begins. I'm just going to quickly run and grab a new water, because I'm assuming they're going to start playing in a few minutes because the top 8 is already over. So yeah, we'll be right back with the top 4. Don't go anywhere. short break for just like 2 or 3 minutes. All right, and here we are. Very short break indeed. We have 4 players left in today's Challenger Cup tournament. That was actually a 2-day event. The players started yesterday with the Swiss rounds and the top 32 today. We have 4 players left, and we are gonna jump into Lex yugioh versus Zhu Libo, just because they're the first ones to start their game. While on the other end, we have Shureg facing off against Nezu in this top 4. All right, let's see who's going first in this one. It is going to be Zhu Libo, who we know is on the Cool Tune strategy. We've seen Lex yugioh earlier, but I forgot what they were on. I think it was Vanquish Soul or Cool Tune as well. But we do have at least 1 Magnet Warrior in top 4. Oh no, Legs was the second Magnet Warrior actually. We have 2 Magnet Warriors in top 4. 1 Cool Tune. And then I think Shureg was the one on Vanquish Soul. Libo won that Striker game 3? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we have Cool Tune clip with Duelist Genesis, which is really not the ideal start, but it does work, I guess. Technically. Really technically it works. You do get hit with Droll and Lockbird here, which really hurts if you have a suboptimal start like that. No Sky Striker in top 4. No Sky Striker in top 4. We did lose the last Sky Striker player in top 8. As we get rolled on Cool Tune Clip here, we're gonna pass turn with Cool Tune Synchro, one other face down, and a Cool Tune Clip lonely on the field. Legs yugioh is gonna kick things off with Duo Terion to try and find Magnet Bonding. There's a chance of Magnet Mirror in the finals. Yeah, if both Nezu and Legs win, then we have a Magnet Warrior versus Magnet Warrior finals, which is, I mean, I expected some Magnet Warriors to show up, but to be the most represented deck in top 4 is pretty impressive. All right, Ghost Bell in Haunted Mansion trying to stop the Sigma Plus from reviving the Beta, the Epsilon, I mean, which is really nice. That's a good Ghost Bell. Activate Magnet Bonding. We're going to perform a fusion summon here since adding doesn't seem to make much sense. We go for Flux. Flux is gonna try to revive, but that gets hit with infinite impermanence. The good imperm. What's the other semifinal? Magnets versus? It's been a couple of rounds since we've spectated Shurek. I forgot what they were on. I think it's Vanquish Soul, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And there's Ash Blossom on Cool Tune Synchro. That feels like the nail in the coffin here, because that otherwise was a pretty good Cool Tune Synchro. If you can grab Mix to make Track Maker, you can destroy the Flux, and you can search follow-up with the Track Maker. It would have been really nice. But that Ash hurts a lot. Set 1. I mean, also not much to be done here from the Magnet Warrior side of things, to be fair. So if we maybe draw a good Cool Tune here, we could be in this one. Like a Rico or a Q? Nope, or an end phase, I guess. So now we just hope that there's no great extender here for Magnet Warriors either. No, another copy of Magnet Bonding. That's good. Okay, yeah, that's gonna... Do we have an Ash Blossom? No, we don't. And here's the Conduction Warrior. And we send Sigma Plus to the graveyard again. We're going to try to revive again. Is there another Ghost Bell? Not even that. And that's just game already. I mean, not much to do, not much to risk at this point. Yep, and that is game 1 going to Magnets. Zulibo really with a track record today of not opening good hands with Cool Tune. I don't know if it's the list, but there's a lot of cards in there that you don't want to open with. I think we've seen, I mean, they're on Droll, they're on Imperm, they're on, I think we've seen multiple clips as well. So they just kept opening not great with Cool Tune today. But I mean, they're still in top 4, so it has to have been good in the other games at least. But okay. We're jumping into game 2. Zulibo gonna try to go first a second time. Let's see if we got better luck this time around. Rotary, Reveal, Bell. Okay, well, Rotary, good news. Reveal, Bell, not the best news. But it could be worse. Ash, Block Dragon, Conduction Warrior already, and a good normal summon in Beta or Epsilon. Okay. Somewhat scary, but maybe manageable. We'll see about that. But Block Dragon in hand already is really scary. Normal summons mix to get Q. Normal summons Q. That's the third normal summon of the turn. We do Ash the Q, presumably because we don't want the opponent to like access Ash Blossom this way. So we do Ash the Q, but in a moment we're going to find out what the Q is going to be able to banish from the top deck. And then we're going to find out what card Legs is going to draw for turn. Distributing Mix. The special Rico. Rico can still be used. I think the most impactful banish for Q would probably be Sigma Plus, because that's typically a one-off and a really important one at that. It's Duo Terion and Cartharin. Both not the worst draws, honestly. We do leave the Cartharin on top. However, that's not a bad draw because they have two normal summons in hand. So essentially drawing a double summon is not the worst. But of course you don't want to give them Duo Terion because that's just better. Here's Zalen, one set, which is probably Cool Tune Synchro and Pass. Really basic Cool Tune board here, and not the worst Magnet Warrior hand into it, so let's see. I think especially scary is the fact that we hard drew Block Dragon. So we add Ghost Spell from grave to hand, I like that. Actually, and we leave, okay. Interesting, I didn't think the situation was that bad, alright. It didn't seem that bad to me, but okay. Saving time. I mean, we're like 10 minutes into the round and this is already going to be game 3. They did have a little bit of time. I'm not sure why we didn't try that. Cuz like, yeah, you go with the Conduction Warrior and they go Bell on the Sigma Plus, sure. But then you have two Earth Monsters in grave already, so if you like use your normal summon, start playing a little bit, you can push the Block Dragon out there. I don't know. I feel like that was possible. Anyways, game 3, Conduction Warrior, Linear Magnum, sends Sigma Plus and Epsilon. And once again, we have that Ghost Bell. That card is good against Magnet Warrior. This is a decent choke point. We have Magnet Bonding, which is going to add the Sigma minus most likely. Here's Sigma minus. Ghost Spell stops Sigma plus. Sigma minus can still fuse from hand though. There is a Droll and Lockbird again. Gonna stop any adding. That makes fusion summoning also a little bit weaker. I mean, I guess we can just make Flux Oxenfield instead of the Magnet Warrior fusion. Not the end of the world. Once again, hard drawn Block Dragon, but under Droll, not as crazy actually. But here's Flux. Flux can revive Epsilon. Epsilon can revive another body. There's an Imperm on the Flux. Okay, Cool Tune really doing its best. Going second here from stopping anything from happening. But Magnet Warrior's still putting up big bodies. Gain some attack points here, but okay. Normal summon Fuwalos. Not ideal draw going first. Yeah, Block Dragon without the ability to search at all is not that crazy. IP pass? Do they play IP? We haven't seen IP at all, I feel like, today. In any of the Magnet Warrior games? Maybe they do play it. They definitely play SP. Which can be annoying for Cool Tune, you know? If they like normal summon Q, activate effect, you SP it away. And then you can also Flux bounce still. There is IP Masquerena, even better. Royal one at that. Okay. That's a flex. And Block Dragon comes back. Now here's the thing, right? Block Dragon cannot search this turn, but if you link this Block Dragon off on the opponent's turn with IP Masquerena, you're searching. So this basically guarantees crazy follow-up for the Magnet Warrior deck. Zulibo needs to make some serious push here to not just fall to the follow-up from the Block Dragon searches. And we start with Q. Dragon's Mind. Hard drawn. That is so good. Negating the effect and destroying the monster. 2 cards left in hand. And I don't even know. What are you going to have? You need Rotary plus Rico. But even that, I don't think that does it. I think Magnets are in the finals. What an opener. You still have to play through IP Masquerena into SP, Flux Oxenfield bounce, and you have to deal with Block Dragon searching like 3 cards for follow-up. We can't do it. We cannot do it. And we even reset. We reset the Dragon's Mind here. So we even have a counter trap available here. And I think Cool Tune falls. And Researcher off the top. All right. Yep, and that's the game. And that is the game, and Magnet Warriors are our first finalist. Legs yugioh defeats Zulibo to move into the finals. What is the score in our other match? In our other match, we currently are also in game 3 already. It was Shureg winning game 1, Nezu winning game 2. We are currently in game 3. So we've got a couple of quick games at our hands here in the top 4. And this one, we are going to see Shureg going first. And it is Cool Tune. So it was Cool Tune versus Magnets in both semifinals. We have an Ash Blossom on Molcharmi Fualos going first here. That is a good start for Shureg. Rico adds Rotary. Do we get drolled? We do not get drolled. Trackmaker. Adds Q. I saw a Block Dragon again. I think Block Dragon, Cartharin, Linear, not a bad hand at all. We're searching for Ghost Bell via Q. That's powerful. Zalen the Shackled Dragon. Q is gonna banish. Ooh, that's an important one of sometimes. It's not that important, but it's still good. Yeah, no Super Poly. Ash Blossom gonna be drawn. That's not gonna be of much help. And they are gonna have a Ghost Bell in hand already to deal with the Conduction Warrior. Rico is gonna search for Clip. They allow it. They have Ash for it, but they don't use it. Send 2 for the Conduction Warrior. Sigma Plus is gonna activate. That's what the bell is here for. Normal summon Cartharin, link 2 into Ossa the Earth Charmer, which does have a target because of the bell here. We are going to Ash the Cool Tune Synchro, but Zalen is going to stop the Ash Blossom. Cool Tune Synchro is going to add Rotary. And we are going to go into Trackmaker. Are we going to use Rotary to interrupt the amount of Earths in the graveyard? No. Okay. Could have done that, honestly. Not the worst idea, I think. Because there is Block Dragon in hand, so if you... yeah, if you shuffle back an Earth from the grave, that could help. But I think in general, this is just... We can summon Block Dragon, but then we would have to, like, crash into the Zalen to get the search even? Trackmaker adds. I think the plan is to go Clip to bounce the Ossa with the Trackmaker graveyard effect. Clip, extra deck banish, potentially good in this matchup. If the fusions are one-offs, if we hit one of those. Nope, we hit Baron. I mean, it's a good card, but I don't think they're going to get to Baron this turn anyways. I think the only thing we have is summon Block Dragon and crash into the Zalen. That's the only thing I see. Other than that, I don't think we have any lines or plays. I mean, we have Delusion, which we cannot summon. We have 3 Earth monsters in grave exactly, so we could summon Block Dragon here. But like, Block Dragon searching for Analyzer and like Researcher is pretty strong, isn't it? Potentially. I mean, it depends on what you hit. All right, let's add 3 cards from deck to hand, shall we? Analyzer. Oh, we only got 2. Okay, we go for Sigma minus instead. That works. No researching. Ah, just hit Researcher with Analyzer. It's fine. Just hit Researcher with Analyzer. Log needs to search exactly 8. No, I know that. I just thought they could search double Researcher, but maybe they only play 1. All right, we Ash the Analyzer. We're not trying to gamble like that, I think there's an Effect Veiler in hand, though, and I think that's gonna seal the deal. It doesn't summon Researcher. All right, because it's non-tuners, right? Yeah. Okay, so Sigma minus plus the Delusion can make a fusion still. But if there is Effect Veiler, on the Plasma Magnum, then I do think this is going to be the end of the pushes for Nezu. Why not Ash Block Dragon? Because it was in damage step, because they crashed into the Zaylin. Can't Ash in damage step. Thanks for spectating some of my Unchained games. I hope they were enjoyable. They were. I was sad to see you were eliminated in top 8 and we didn't even see the match, but the matches we did watch were very fun. Congrats on making top 8 with Unchained. That is really not something I expected, but it was very cool to see. All right, we make Garura. Oh, we're trying to draw a miracle here. Okay. Bring back Block Dragon. I mean, we can make SP Little Knight with this Garura and just... What can we draw here? Name a card that we can draw. Magnet Bonding? Because I do think they're trying to play around Effect Veiler here. I think Nezu is trying to play around Effect Veiler, and I think Effect Veiler is in hand. And the reason why I think Effect Veiler is in hand is because there was a toggle when they entered battle phase with Block Dragon, which was not Loudness War and it was not Ash Blossom because there was nothing being activated. All right, Miracle Draw, Asa Effect, Target, Ghost Bell. Do you need to Veiler this? I don't know if this threatens anything. Because here's the thing, right? Now they can make SP Little Knight, and in theory, SP Little Knight checks Effect Veiler. So if they now draw Magnet Bonding to make the Magnet Warrior fusion monster, they can dodge Effect Veiler. I don't know if any of that would even lead to a win. But there's the Effect Veiler. There's no reason chaining the SP because you would be saving the Loudness War anyways. All right, now Magnet Bonding. No, end phase. Well, good try. Honestly, even reading into the Effect Veiler and finding a way to potentially beat it was nice. I think that was clean, even though it didn't work out. Because if you just make a fusion and that gets Veilered, you lose on the spot. So trying to draw the random card with Garura, you know, even if there's a very, very small chance, there was at least a chance. So I like to see it. I like to see it. And that's going to mean that our finals is indeed not going to be a Magnet Warrior mirror match. It is going to be Cool Tune versus Magnet Warrior, which seems to have been pretty much the story of the tournament so far. I mean, we saw a little bit of everything. You know, we saw some Sky Strikers. We saw a decent amount of Vanquish Souls. We even saw Unchained making it all the way into the top 8, but ultimately I think the two decks we've seen the most of were Cool Tune and Magnet Warriors, and so it's only fitting, I suppose, that the finals is going to be those two decks, as Shurake is just walking through the last couple of steps here just for good measure, but there is pretty much nothing that can go wrong from this point on. That's going to be a huge RS, 6,500 attack points. And that is going to be the end of the match. GG's, and Shurake is going to advance to the finals with a massive attack from RS and Loudness War to finish the game. Okay, and that is going to be our second finalist now. I don't think we have to even go to a break because, I mean, both finalists should be ready and should be starting the finals soon-ish. So I just have to adjust the overlay real quick and then we can already begin with the finals. There we go. Let me reset the scores. All right, and that means we have one more match of the tournament left to be played. It's been 2 days of Master Duel tournament action. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. Just a quick reminder, this is not going to be the end of the stream after the finals. We're still going to stay for another hour or something to do a little bit of some TCG current format discussions and tier listing. So if you want to stick around for that, then feel free to. For now, we're going to enjoy this finals between Zulibo and Shurake. The only thing you guys have to do is get on the same table, I suppose. And then we are going to watch that finals together, and after that do some more TCG as well. But yeah, I had a lot of fun watching this tournament, to be honest with you. I think it was pretty refreshing. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who people do have mixed feelings on Cool Tunes, but overall I think it's been a pleasant tournament to watch. We've seen a good diversity between decks. We've seen, you know, Cool Tune, Vanquish Soul, Sky Striker, Magnet Warriors with a really interesting performance, and even Unchained doing well. We've seen a bunch of other decks yesterday as well. It was a fun watch. Gamba, I can get you guys a prediction. Yeah, hold up. Who wins the finals? Is it going to be Zulibo or is it going to be wait, no, Zulibo lost. It's Shureg versus Lex yugioh. Yeah. Okay. Now neither of them is at their table. Okay, Legs is there. All right, and we should start any moment now. The timer hasn't started yet, so they weren't supposed to start yet. They're gonna start in 3 minutes. All right, 3 minutes is when we begin the finals. All right, and you can get your predictions in. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Shureg on Cool Tune, or is it going to be Lex yugioh on the Magnet Warrior, Block Dragon, Adamancipator, a little bit of everything? I should have waited to know the coin flip before voting. I mean, that's the point, right? It doesn't last until they start the voting, so that you don't know what the coin flip is gonna go. So you have to just predict based on who you think is gonna win, and not based on just who wins the coin toss. The Cool Tune player is Shureg. The Magnet Warrior player is Lex yugioh. All right, looks like you guys are pretty split down the middle, almost the same amount of believers into either of these players, so that's interesting. Well played, Nezu. Don't worry about it. It was a good showing for the Magnet Warrior deck. Magnets can still win, yeah. I forget, who was it? Was it you who beat Sky Striker in top 8? It was you, right? No, it wasn't. Okay. Those are the craziest moments in tournaments sometimes, when you like sit there and you have a moment where you're supposed to lose a game and you think you're about to lose, and then somehow you bring it back, and then you find yourself like in the finals later on. It's crazy if that happens. All right, and the timer has started, duelists. You may begin, and here we are. One final best of 3 to find the winner of this 2-day Open Challenger Cup tournament. We started with almost 300 players, and we are down to just 2, and it's Lex yugioh on Magnet Warriors going first in the first game of the finals. Max C being drawn. What better moment than in game 1 of the finals when you're going second, though? And it does resolve. We're kicking the finals off with a bang. Max C against Magnet Warriors. That is not good news for Lex yugioh. And we got to think about that one for a second. I mean, in theory, they might have Droll Lockbird in hand if they do play that in Magnet Warriors. But, like, it still is annoying to be under your own Droll if they have that, because you still can't do, like, block drag and stuff. So we have Duo Terion to search Magnet Bonding. But here's the thing, like, we've talked about this yesterday already, I think in one of the Bronas games, where, like, Molcharmi Fuwalos is manageable for Magnet Warriors. But Maxi is a different kind of beast, because, like, this is a draw that Fuwalos wouldn't be getting. Sigma plus Revive is a draw that Fuwalos wouldn't be getting. We have Ghost Spell on this, though. We're going to keep the Sigma plus negated, so we're not actually getting a draw. Instead, we're losing a card. And now we activate Magnet Bonding. Add. Beta. Normal summon Beta. Use the effect to search. Could grab Sigma minus to fusion summon. We are actually... It's funny. We've resolved Max C. Still, we're making so much effort to stop Magnet Warriors from playing. Which I'm not even sure is the correct approach. I feel like you kind of want them to play. I mean, I guess it depends. If you already have a couple of strong pushes in hand for Cool Tune, maybe you don't need the draws. Barrier Statue is spooky. That's true. You have to be careful. You can't let them play too much. Otherwise, you might just get Barrier Statue. But yeah, as a result here, we do stop the plays from the Magnet Warriors, but we also only drew one singular card from Max C. So not the worst position ever to be in. I expected it to be worse after that Max C resolved immediately. We do have Cool Tune Synchro. Most importantly, we're using it in the main phase, which is a little bit of a giveaway. Could be a talent in hand, so you're like expecting a Droll Lockbird, and you're not playing around it by using the Cool Tune Synchro in the draw phase. Or we just didn't toggle on properly and it went to the main phase. Here's Cool Tune Q. Normal summon Cool Tune Q. It resolves. Summon Rotary is really odd because we do see them. Yeah, this is weird. We saw them on Super Poly earlier, and you activated Cool Tune Synchro in the main phase, so there was no way they had Droll Lockbird. We could have just summoned Rico or Mix here to... Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is I suppose a good lesson in sometimes like people love to have certain rules like just in their head on how to always play the stuff. Like Q should always summon Rotary to respect Droll Lockbird. In this particular instance, I think it was 100% summon Mix or Rico to make sure you don't lose to that super polymerization. Because we did see Super Poly in the Magnet Warrior deck earlier. You already checked for Droll Lockbird by using Cool Tune Synchro in the main phase. So we needed to summon Mix or Rico. Hey, that's fine. It happens to the best of us. We make mistakes. That's human. And there is pressure in the finals, so don't worry about it. You've got 2 more games to win. Synchro Overtake is a good start to game number 2. Rico adds Mix. So we are resolving Trackmaker as Chainlink 2. Playing around Ash Blossom a little bit. Rotary is Chainlink 1 to look at the hand. We're going to find out what Lex is working with here in a second. We add Cool Tune Q. We reveal the hand with Rotary. There's Called by Dragon's Mind. Not a great hand for going second. Not a great hand for going second at all. Double Kokimeru Guardian. Sigma minus Called by and Dragon's Mind. That is not what you want to see. I mean, it is what you want to see if you resolve Rotary, I suppose. But it's not what you want to see when you are on the Magnet Warrior side of things here. So here's JJ Cool Tune allowing us a second normal summon for the Q. And that Q is going to be very crucial here at making sure that with their already mediocre hand, they're not going to draw a super helpful card off the top. Q summons mix. I guess the question is, do you want to go for a remix if you know that there's a Called by the Grave? At the same time, you can make Zalen first, see what they top deck, and then if you make remix and you activate remix and they chain Called by, you can just Zalen it. And Q reveals Researcher and Sigma minus. Well, I mean, they already have a Sigma minus, so you might as well give them a second one. So it's going to be double Guardian, double Sigma minus, Called by and Dragon's Mind. That is not enough, I don't think. All right, remix set to. And I mean, Legs yugioh, you might as well try. You've got plenty of time left for this finals. Game 1 is already done because it was super fast. At the moment, we have over 36 minutes. So even though I do think it is a losing position, you might as well try. You've got time. Normal Summon Guardian gets hit with Infinite Impermanence immediately, which means that as long as the Sigma minus in hand gets negated, that's basically the end of it. Activate Sigma minus. Chain Cool Tune Synchro. You basically have to chain Called by the Grave here. But if you chain Called by the Grave, it's also losing. Like, you have to chain Called by the Grave here to stop the Zalen from negating the Sigma minus. But yeah. Now they chain remix, and that's also basically winning. You can use Kokimeru Guardian, I guess, to chain block a little bit later. So it's going to be interesting here, right? Because the way this can go potentially is they summon a fusion monster here. They go Chainlink 1, the effect of the fusion monster. Chainlink 2, Rico to search. With the idea of, I'm then going to Zalen to negate Chainlink 1, right? However, what they can do is Chainlink 1 fusion monster, Chainlink 2 Rico to search, Chainlink 3 Guardian, even though it's negated, to try and negate the Rico. And then Zalen can't stop the fusion monster. Right here, which is smart, but then again, it goes multiple steps. The Rico just adds Clip, and because Clip can also be activated at any time, you can just use the Clip at any point if you want to negate with Zalen. So it's like if you activate Magnet Bonding now, it's just chain Clip, chain Zalen. It's kind of checkmate. We do get Delusion to get an extra normal summon. for the second copy of the Sigma Minus. SP is big here. Was it good to let them make SP here? We chain clip here. Now you chain SP. Well, hold up. I mean, it still is Zalen to destroy SP, make RS, but you can now chain magnet bonding. You can just chain magnet bonding now. The RS. Oh, okay. Oh, well. Well, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Could have just said that in the beginning. We spent like 5 minutes thinking about how this could have gone and how they could have done it. And okay, well, I mean, that changes things, I suppose. That changes things. Well then, that's gonna bring us into the all-important Game 3 between Legs and Shureg. And it's gonna be Legs going first. Again, like they did in Game 1. In Game 1, they got stopped from comboing off with a Max C, but still ended up winning the game off of a super polymerization. Let's see how Game 3 goes. I'm sure Legs is gonna want to go first with the Magnet Warriors. All right, here we go. Wakimeru Guardian, Duotarion. That's a brutal start. That's really good. That is really good. We've got access to Magnet Bonding, and we've got Wakimeru Guardian to negate one interaction. That is an incredible start. Here's Magnet Bonding. For the Conduction Warrior. Infinite Impermanence on Wakimeru Guardian. Okay. Alright. What does that mean? Does that mean we have Ghost Bell and we're trying to negate the Wakimeru Guardian before the Ghost Bell is needed? We're sending Omega Plus and Sigma Plus, which is the weird thing is this guarantees Gallant Granite even through Ghost Bell. I feel like the way to stop Gallant Granite was to just imperm the Gallant Granite, because Wakimeru Guardian can't stop that. Because now you go Omega Plus, destroy the Conduction Warrior, and you do have 2 level 4s. So I guess it's gonna come down to, do we have another form of stopping Gallant Granite? Okay, we destroy Beta in hand. That works too. Here's Gallant Granite. Are we gonna successfully add Block Dragon? That might just end the duel. We do get Block Dragon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I wonder why we keep using the Conduction Warrior on the field. Is it just to check for like a possible response? Here's Reprodocus. That's never good news when that shows up. Block Dragon. Okay, we're not actually using Reprodocus effect here. We're just linking it off. I guess we could also chain block the Block Dragon search effect with SP to just avoid getting ashed, just in case they held Ash for this long, which I don't think is likely, but you never know. We're making Dogorat the Stone Trooper, though. That also chain blocks it. That works. That's kind of nice. Because that also does have an effect on summon. It's going to gain 2500 attack, and we are resolving Block Dragon for Researcher. Arthurin. And Barrier Statue of the Drought. This is not good news for Cool Tune. And we do hit Beta as well. And Koakimeru Guardian. We have the choice between two of the best hits with Researcher here. We take Beta, which is going to search on Summon. We haven't done that yet this turn. And that's a level 3 Earth next to a level 2 Earth Tuner. Here's Flux. Are we gonna be able to add the counter trap to this board as well? I mean, at this game, this deck is probably, like, this board is probably already winning. But if we can add the counter trap to it, I mean, there's gonna be Baron as well. Make SP. Banish Imperm from grave. Royal Baron. Discard Carthurin. Normal summon Barrier Statue. 4 cards to work with. And I don't know if 4 cards can do this. I mean, of course, you can, like, Dark Ruler No More would do it, but we don't play that in Cool Tune, I'm pretty sure. And there's indeed no combination of 4 cards, I believe, in the Cool Tune deck that can solve this situation. And that is going to be your Challenger Cup Open Champion, Legs yugioh with Magnet Warriors. Indeed, making that board through 2 interruptions on the first turn proved to be unstoppable. Congratulations for winning the tournament. And also congratulations for Shurek for making it this far. You know, it was a rough game 1, but it happens to the best of us. Well played as well throughout the day. And congratulations on making it all the way into the finals. Okay. Magnet Warriors winning the big Challenger Cup after the introduction of Cool Tune into the metagame alongside, like, the Elf Node cards and everything. Not necessarily what I had on my bingo sheet, but it did end up being the case. Very interesting showing for Magnet Warriors in the tournament. Yeah, thank you all for watching the Challenger Cup. This is not going to be the end of the stream, so if you want to stick around for some TCG talks, then feel free to. If not, that's also completely fine. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you to Konami for hosting the Challenger Cups. As always, I appreciate the opportunity to commentate these because it's been a very fun time. I hope you enjoyed it as well. We're gonna go to a short break screen, end of the stream, end of the Challenger Cup screen real quick, and then I'm gonna switch over to my regular overlays. So I'll see you guys over there. Yeah, thank you for tuning into the Challenger Cup as always. All right, here we are. Back to the regular overlays. That was a fun Challenger Cup. I enjoyed that. I think that's the first time I casted one of the 2-day Challenger Cups as well, because I just wasn't available when they were hosting the previous ones. So that was fun. That was a fun experience. I kind of like that. The 2-day ones are really fun. All right. Well, gamers, I'm gonna go on a very quick toilet break, and then we're doing some TCG tier listing actually. Because I did want to do that yesterday already, but day 1 was quite long yesterday, so I didn't feel like doing it yesterday. Instead, we're going to do it today. But yeah, so I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes, and then we'll hop into this tier list right here. All right. Does anyone have Legs Magnet List? I do not, but what you could always do is just join the Challenger Cup Discord and ask them. Maybe they're kind enough to share it with you. But yeah. I'm so happy to have you and Emre casting next week. I'll be playing, so I won't be watching the stream, but very cool to have English commentary for a French event. Oh yeah, I think they announced that yesterday. I wasn't sure if it was public or not, because of course I've been telling you that I was going to go to French Nationals all the time. But the reason I'm going to French Nationals, because of course I'm not going to be playing, is that I'm honored to be providing the English commentary for the French Nationals stream on this channel. On this channel right here, we're going to be watching the French National Championships together. I'm going to be there. There's going to be English commentary for it. The event is usually only commentated in French, and there is going to be a French stream this year as well. But I'm going to be there, and on this channel, you're going to see English commentary for it as well, which I think is awesome. I'm going to have different guests for commentary on the stream as well. Emre is going to be there. He's going to cast a couple of rounds with me as well. There's other people that I'm going to be able to cast with, you know. Lampy is also at the French Nationals, but I think Lampy is playing the French Nationals because he's casting the German Nationals. But in the event that Lampy is no longer in the tournament at some point, I mean, I'm hoping he's going to do well. But at some point, if he's no longer in the tournament, then I might also get Lampy on the cast or whoever else is there. It's going to be fun. And we're going to basically, it's like a watch party from home, but I'm going to be there at the tournament, which is going to be a little cooler, I think. So yeah, this upcoming weekend, I will not be streaming the French Nationals from home. I will instead be at the event and provide English commentary for it on this channel. It's going to be a fun time. Anyways, TCG tier list time for the upcoming format. I think it's an interesting one, and I know that a lot of other people have already created tier lists. I just personally needed some extra time to start finding my way into the format. I've spent some time over the last couple of days starting to prepare for German Nationals, and I do have my first kind of like gut feeling developed on how good these individual decks are. So we're going to talk about it today. As always, of course, I haven't decided yet what kind of deck I'm going to be playing for German Nationals, even though I have narrowed it down to just a couple of deck choices, and we are going to talk about that today as well. I'm going to tell you how good I think these decks are in general, and then I'll also tell you like whether they're like something that I personally would consider bringing to an event or not. But yeah, as always, I've tried to keep this one a little bit shorter just in terms of the list of decks that I'm including, because I wanted to make sure I mainly include like the best decks in the format and a lot of the new stuff. So if there's anything missing here and you're seeing it on YouTube, then feel free to leave a comment down below. I'll try my best to answer the comments to tell you what exactly I think the position of the deck is in the format. But yeah, without further ado, these are not in any sort of order, but I do want to just mention in the beginning that I do think Cool Tune is among the best decks in the format. I think that you're gonna be surprised if you're not super familiar with the format yet. I think you're gonna end up being surprised how quote unquote beatable Cool Tune is in general. There's a couple of decks we're gonna talk about today that I think have a pretty decent matchup into this deck. So Cool Tune, in my opinion, is the kind of best deck in the format that, you know, is really strong, but does have counters to it. There's a couple of decks in the metagame that are going to have a decent shot at beating Cool Tune. However, those decks are going to have other weaknesses, and we are also going to discuss those. But Cool Tune, in my opinion, is just super efficient, basically has zero chance of bricking. Like, I've spent, like, a few days ago, I had a couple of friends over, like Emre and Niels, and we just tried, like, testing for an entire day, and I think Cool Tune, like, bricked 0 times, maybe once on like just 5 hand traps. But the deck is super consistent, super efficient, and just going second always has the chance of just hand trapping you to death, which makes it a really strong contender in the format. But there are going to be some counters for it. All right, let's do all of the Medius lore at once, I think, just to kick things off with a bang, because these are something I have mixed feelings about different Medius lore decks. Personally, in my first impression, the best Medius lore deck by far is Doomsday. And I think Doomsday has real potential in this format. I've played this deck a little bit. I tried it into Cool Tune, and I was really, really impressed with Doomsday's ability for especially going second into boards. I thought it was really impressive. So whereas like, and I think Doomsday is kind of like a nice opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to the playstyle when you compare it to Cool Tune, because Cool Tune in a lot of cases, when Cool Tune goes second, your goal is like to minimize your opponent's ability to make any sort of board. You know, you just throw hand traps at them, try to stop them from playing. Doomsday is different. Doomsday lets the opponent make a board usually, and like, you know, you play a couple of board breakers, maybe Mulcharmies, maybe Droll, and you just try playing into boards with strong engine, which is a playstyle that I think resonates with a lot of people. And if you find yourself resonating with that playstyle, I think Doomsday is going to be the deck for you this format. I think it's a really strong deck in that regard. I think it has strong boards going first. You guys are right, though, in the chat right now. Doomsday is weak to board breakers, which I think is a legit argument against the deck. However, I do think in the current format, the board breakers that are so good against Doomsday are not necessarily the most popular ones. You know, the deck, in my experience, is pretty weak to something like Dark Ruler No More. The question is, how popular is Dark Ruler No More? At the moment, not that popular. So with Doom Z, it's kind of like this situation where the deck wants to be in this position where it's not expected to be the best deck in the format, but it is, you know, just fine, and people are not specifically preparing for it. Because as long as there's no Dark Ruler, Droplet is good against it too, but for Droplet, like, the thing with Droplet against Doom Z is you have to invest a decent amount of cards, and you still have to deal with the Doom Z trap card potentially. So, you know, I wouldn't say Droplet is an auto win against Doom Z, but Dark Ruler is really good. Anyways, I like Doom Z a lot. I think it's the best Medius deck. I think the Power Patron deck is kind of like Doom Z, but like just a little bit worse in almost any aspect. So I'm putting the Power Patron deck into niche options. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't hate it either. It is also the deck out of the 4 Medius lore decks that I have the least experience with. So maybe I'm rating it a little bit too high or too low here. But in my first impression, I just didn't really see a reason to play the Power Patron deck over the Doom Z deck, personally. It does get stronger access to certain hand traps. Like, you can play more Dominus cards in the Power Patron deck because you don't need the wind monsters that you need in Doom Z. But I don't think that the Dominus cards are that good of a reason to play the deck this format. Realistically, I think if you want to play a hand trap deck, there are other better options like Cool Tune. And if you want to play a board breaker deck, I think there are other better options like Doom Z or other decks that we're going to get into in a second. But I do think it's not a bad deck from what I've seen. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I'm going to put it like pretty much right in the middle. Archmage, in my least favorite or the least powerful Medius lore deck is probably Archmage, in my opinion. I don't think it's a bad deck. I wouldn't go that far. I do think it's a very capable deck. I think Archmage's biggest advantage is that the Archmage cards themselves play pretty well into Molcharmi Fualos. It is worth mentioning that the K9 version is probably the one that suffered the most from the Noroi ban out of all of the K9 variations. You know, in this deck, they did actually play 3 copies of Noroi, and this deck actually, as opposed to Vanquish Soul, which we're going to talk about later, like, Vanquish Soul doesn't really care about losing Noroi, in my opinion, or at least not much, whereas Archmage does. So you're going to have to play other variations of Archmage, although, as we're speaking right now, there is an Archmage deck in top 8 at the Greek National Championships, which is also a pretty, like, you know, sizable nationals. There's a lot of good Greek players out there. So, you know, the deck is definitely not bad. I would not say that. And the new support with the new counter trap and everything makes it good into hand trap. So maybe it's on par with the Power Patron deck, or even slightly better. It's just that I don't really think it's a great deck, this format, but it's all right, you know. Mid does not mean bad. That's that. We have another tier for that. Elf Notes, in my opinion, is around here power level wise. I just don't love the Elf Note deck. I think it's rather polarizing. I think it doesn't really, in my experience, it plays a decent amount of bricky cards, which is something that a lot of the Medius decks share, to be fair. But I think Archmage, Elf Note is particularly bricky, I feel like, and the bricks in Elf Note are also harder to get value from than they are in, like, Doom Z, for example, in my opinion, because in Doom Z, like, a hard-drawn Doom Z equip spell or a hard-drawn Drastea or something like that, they can turn into pretty valuable pieces if you need them for your other card effects or if you pair them well. In Elf Note, this is not really the case. If you draw the Elf Note trap, that's just straight up terrible. If you draw the Elf Note spell, your Tinea is just missing out on value. So the Elf Note hands, like, there's a lot of variance in there. There's a lot of weird cards you don't want to draw. Your deck is really strong going first if it pulls off the combo, but it's not the greatest deck at going second. I think one of the main advantages for Elf Note is that Droll Lockbird doesn't hurt it as much, I think. And you can also experiment with it a little bit and pair it with different decks. Like, I've seen Elf Note branded, like Elf Note Albaz being a thing, Elf Note Fiendsmith. You know, there's a lot of room for experimentation with Elf Note. However, from what I've seen, a lot of the Elf Note decks share the same, like, strengths and weaknesses. I haven't seen one that was, like, significantly better than the others so far. Nothing that's made me want to say like, yeah, Elf Note is one of the best decks this format. I think it's just like a regular combo pile that's gonna have good games going first most of the time, struggles going second, especially into Cool Tune. So yeah, it does get the ability to play Fedralist Harmonia, but I don't think that alone catapults it above like a lot of the other decks in the format. I think really missing Baron is such a big deal for this deck because that insulates all of your combos in the OCG. Like Baron the Fleur does everything for this deck, right? It's a good board under Fuba. You would just get to Baron really quickly. You beat Nibiru really easily. Super efficient half boards with Baron involved, and it like insulates your combos. If there's no Fuba or whatever, you can just push infinitely with Baron as your like third summon or fourth summon. And like Crystal Wing is good, but Crystal Wing is just not quite as easy to get to as early. You need to spend more resources, more of your effects to get to Crystal Wing. You can get interrupted before Crystal Wing. Crystal Wing is harder to make under Fuwa. Lots of things that make Crystal Wing not as good as Baron, even though, yes, Crystal Wing is still a really good card, but it feels more like you already have to have full combo access to even make the Crystal Wing. Especially, I think Fuwa is the biggest argument for like Crystal Wing because you need to make like multiple special summons and multiple draws into Fuwa happen before you can get that. So yeah, that's my take on the Medias decks. I think Doomsday has real potential this format. The other three, to me, and you know me, I'm not the biggest fan of combo decks, but to me they don't seem like anything special. They're just new combo decks in the format. They're not bad. They don't do anything particularly well in my opinion though, so that's where I would put them. All right. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes is a deck that I've been asked about a couple of times because with Dominus Spark, you know, people often forget that not only dark decks can play Dominus Spark, but light decks can play Dominus Spark as well. So technically, Blue Eyes can play a pretty interesting non-engine lineup now. We play like all the hand traps in Blue Eyes anyways, and we just add Dominus Spark and Fedralist Harmonia to the mix, which is somewhat interesting. So I thought I would include it in this one as well. However, I think Blue Eyes is just lacking in the it's just lacking in the power department. Like your board is just going to be extremely weak going first a lot of the times. Dominus Spark also does not allow you to play Primite cards, which is probably the reason to play Blue Eyes. So realistically, you can't play Spark if you want to play Primite. You can play Harmonia either way, but even Harmonia actually has downsides in Blue Eyes because you cannot use Spirit's effect, which is going to make some of your hands a lot weaker. And it's just, I think right now is a bad time to be playing a full-on hand trap deck that isn't Cool Tune, because it's just hard to stop some of these decks completely from setting up a board. And Blue Eyes loses to every single half board in the game. Cool Tune is not the best deck into half boards either, but it does have serious pushes into half boards. You know, you have Rotary for extra normal summons. You have Q that gets 2 bodies on the board immediately. You can synchro from hand, so if they cut you off of some bodies, that's not the biggest deal. And you have significantly less bricks in a Cool Tune deck. So essentially, Blue Eyes is just a much worse version of Cool Tune in basically every single sense. So I wouldn't recommend Blue Eyes. Clown Crew. This deck, and it's gonna pain me to say it so much, this deck's mid. I love the concept of this deck. Everyone who's looked at this deck knows that this is a Josh deck. You draw a bunch of cards. You do a lot of cool stuff in this deck. Unfortunately, I think it's just not the time, not the place for this deck. It's not even consistent enough to the point where I would say, yeah, at least it's got that going for it, because there is still a lot of hand traps that are really good against the Clown Crew deck. You know, your summon spells can get hit with Impulse. They can remove your bodies off the field with Spark, because you always play into Spark because you trigger the graveyard effects of your stuff. You get Omega destroyed by Droll Lockbird, which is a really big problem for this deck. It's a problem for a lot of decks in general, but when you're already playing a low ceiling grindy deck that relies on drawing cards to even function, Droll Lockbird is completely going to ruin your day, whether you're going first or going second. There is some potential for hybrid variations. You know, people have asked me about, like, what about Clown Crew Mitsurugi? What about Clown Crew Runic? Realistically, Clown Crew Mitsurugi can work. That is a functioning concept. However, I think you are just much worse off than just playing a pure Mitsurugi deck. Like, your deck is just going to lose to Droll and Lockbird even harder, and realistically speaking, you're not really adding much quality to a Mitsurugi deck, because we're going to talk about Mitsurugi next, but Mitsurugi has access to some of the most disgusting non-engine in the game right now. You're basically, a Mitsurugi deck is already 40 really good cards. Whatever you take out of a Mitsurugi deck to fit Clown Crew cards doesn't even necessarily make your deck stronger. You even have to give up Dominus Impulse if you want to play Clown Crew cards, because they're lights. So yeah, Clown Crew unfortunately is mid. This is something that could change in the future for multiple reasons. Droll and Lockbird could get banned at some point, Copium, then Clown Crew would be more viable. They get new support, which definitely helps. That could help them be more viable. And the format dynamic could change in general. Maybe there's a world in which this deck can come back. I do think, I mean, come back, it just came out. But I think it's a solid concept that just doesn't work right now. But I'm gonna have an eye on Clown Crew. I love that deck, and maybe at some point I'm gonna whip out the clowns. I mean, I'm gonna try it anyways. I'm gonna bring this deck to locals anyways soon and record it, and you'll see my experience. But like, I don't expect it to do incredibly well. But yeah, Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi is a good pick this format. There's not much else to say about it other than it does get to play the best non-engine in the game. You can play Ash Blossom, Fuwa if you want to play Fuwa. You can play Droll. You can play Dominus Impulse, Dominus Spark, and Fidralis Harmonia. Pair that if you want more non-engine. Throw in Imperm as well. You have Dimension Shifter access. This deck has the most disgusting non-engine in the game, pretty much. Even more disgusting than Malice, because you can play Fidralis Harmonia while Malice cannot. So non-engine wise, pure Mitsurugi is probably the best deck in the format. The only issue I have with Mitsurugi is that it does struggle with bricking a little bit. And I think that is an issue that is exaggerated when Cool Tune is the best deck in the format, because you can't really reliably increase the number of starters in your deck. Like, more copies of Aramasas or Manjus or whatever are not really going to increase your consistency all the time, because Cool Tune plays cards like Veiler and Imperm, and they play Bell usually, which covers some of your starters as well, like Pre-Prep and Prayers. It's difficult to consistently play versus Cool Tune decks. So yeah, that's tough. And it's just, you're at this crossroad of like, where do I go with Mitsurugi? Do I play board breakers, or do I make use of the access to really broken hand traps that I can use in Mitsurugi? Or do I play more consistency cards to make sure I can play the game? And I just feel like being caught up in the decision-making process there, it gives you a lot of options on where you can take the deck, but ultimately, no matter what you do with it, it's going to be a really good pick, this format, but it also is going to have an issue somewhere. Like, if you go really heavy on engine, like you add in like Azamina cards and so on and so forth, you're going to be weaker going second. You're going to be weaker into Droll and Lockbird. If you go the direction of more board breakers, you're going to be better into Cool Tune, but you're going to be worse into the combo decks in the format, except for Doomsday, depending on what kind of breakers you use. And if you go into the direction of playing all of the broken hand traps, then you're good into the combo decks, but you might struggle to prevent like getting hand trapped to death by Cool Tune, because they just see your hand, they see 3 hand traps, 1 maybe Kusanagi or whatever, or a mirror or something, 1 or 2 starters, and they're just going to focus their energy on hitting the starters, and then you can't really play the game. So it's an interesting position for Mitsurugi, but I do think it's a pretty good choice. My gut feeling is that it's going to end up a little bit worse than Doomsday, but it's a good deck. All right, then we have Lunalight. Lunalight is demoted to mid or niche option, in my opinion, which is interesting because it's been a really good deck for multiple formats now, and it hasn't really received a hit, which I think is crazy. I think it's crazy that Baguska has survived until now. Baguska has survived all the way through Ryziel format, and I think banning Baguska was such a elegant way to hit Lunalight without actually hitting Lunalight cards, but they didn't do it, so it technically still has access to Baguska, which is a good card against Cool Tune. The problem is the amount of hand traps in the format right now, which just, Lunalight is the kind of deck that is really dependent on the format, the surroundings, and the Cool Tune matchup is really, really hard for this deck. You have Clip and Crackle to worry about. This is like the one deck on this list that actually cares about Crackle. which is rough. But also, Cool Tune is a deck that can out Liger Dancers, which is even bigger of a problem for Lunalight, because you could argue like, oh, well, yeah, there's been hand trap heavy decks in the format in the past, but at least if you struggled through like 3 hand traps, you still made 1 Liger, you would still win the game. Not the case against Cool Tune, because Cool Tune can actually make RS that's big enough to attack over Liger. So you're not even guaranteed to win the game if Liger hits the board against Cool Tune, so that's tough. Doom Z can also out Ligers, depending on the version. So, and Mitsurugi also is not the worst time into Lunalight. So Lunalight really struggles from losing a couple of its good matchups and good hand traps being in the game against it. So yeah. How does Doomsy out Liger? I've seen versions where they played the new, I don't know its name, it's a common from Blazing Dominion that you can just put onto another XYZ and it like buffs your Exceed monsters in the battle phase. So there's that, but then there's also they try to like make the Jupredo bigger and stuff like that. So there's a Idris Feel, something like that. Yeah, there's ways. People have been playing Dugaris in Doomsy as well because they can go for some sneaky OTK lines under Forbidden Crown, and those are all ways to increase attack points past a Liger Dancer. So yeah. All right. And also, Draco Tail is gone, which was one of your better matchups for Lunalight. Yami has been hit significantly, so a couple of your really good matchups are simply not there anymore, and the stuff that remains is all usually matchups that can out Liger Dancer. So I think Lunalight really struggles. It might even end up being here, but that's the thing. The lower Lunalight falls, the more people disrespect it, the higher there's a chance that it could come back. So I don't feel comfortable demoting it to mid yet. I would say it's still a niche option in the right environment for this format. You know, if people end up not respecting it, maybe there's a world where you can still play it. Okay. Magnet Warriors. Magnet Warriors in the TCG is a completely different story from Magnet Warriors in Master Duel. We actually just witnessed Magnet Warriors win a Challenger Cup in Master Duel. The problem is the version of the deck is completely different in TCG compared to Master Duel. We don't have Baron, we don't have Block Dragon, we don't have Barrier Statue of the Drought. So a lot of the things that Magnet Warrior can do in Master Duel, they can't do in the TCG. The deck is capable, let's say it like that. It's not a bad deck by any means. You're basically forced into the Fiendsmith route though, and I think Fiendsmith in general is not the highest value engine in this upcoming format. There's going to be a couple of decks that are weak into Mitsurugi, like weak into Fiendsmith, like Mitsurugi. But decks like Doom Z and Cool Tune don't care about Caesar that much. And I think as a result of that, you're going to have a tough time into those matchups because your board is breakable with Magnet Warriors if your opponent's deck does not really care about value, about wave hiking Caesar. And I don't think that deck is great. I mean, I think one advantage for this deck could be that I do think there's going to be less Fuwas in the format. I think Fuwa is going to be still main decked a decent amount. I mean, we're going to talk about non-engine in a future stream as well. I'm going to give you guys my opinion on non-engine right now, but I do think the Fuwa stocks are down a little bit this format. I've definitely seen people cut Fuwalos from their decks, depending on what they were playing. They were moving them to the side decks. This is something that's good for Magnets. They don't like being up against Fuwalos. But other than that, I don't really see a huge reason to play the Magnet Warrior deck right now. All right. Red Dragon Archfiend. Red Dragon Archfiend is a deck that I've looked into very briefly because I was looking into other decks that could potentially play the non-engine lineup of Dominus Spark, Dominus Impulse, and Fedralis Harmonia. And Red Dragon Archfiend did come up when I discussed this with a couple of friends. It's not a bad deck, but it is also not particularly good at anything except for the fact that it gets to play Impulse, Spark, and Harmonia, which is a good non-engine lineup, but alone, I don't believe in it enough. You know, I will say this was mostly done based off of theory. I looked into the cards, I looked into what the deck can do, and I reached the conclusion that I think at the moment it still is a mid deck. But I do think it does get more support when we get the rival overframes eventually, the Grandmaster rares, which is not even going to be in Magnificent Monsters, I believe, because that's the rival cards. And we get the protagonist cards in Magnificent Monsters. So it's going to be a while, but the overframe is pretty good for this, I think. Yeah. Jesse showcased Elf Node, Red Dragon, Archfiend on his channel. I mean, yeah, but that's I don't really think that classifies as a full-on Red Dragon Archfiend deck. Maybe the engine could be interesting maybe in other decks. I've seen people mess around with like Vision Resonator in other decks. That's I'm talking the pure Red Dragon Archfiend deck though, and I think that's mid until we get the overframe. Okay. Sky Striker. This is one of the decks that I'm considering for German Nationals with, I mean, to no one's surprise. The other decks I'm considering right now are like, I'm thinking about playing Cool Tune. Out of the decks we've rated so far, I could see myself playing Cool Tune. I could see myself playing Doomsday. I can definitely see myself playing Sky Striker. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Sky Striker is the best deck in the format. I don't think it is that. It has too many weaknesses to be that. I do think it classifies as a good pick, though. I think the main advantage, of course, is that it has a really good matchup into Cool Tune. And that is something that in my testing so far that I've done for the new format has been true. I've had a really good time into Cool Tune. You simply break the Cool Tune board most of the time and you outgrind Cool Tune all of the time. As long as you can get into a grind game against Cool Tune, you win. And this is especially true since they banned Rose Whip. That's a good point. Before Rose Whip, this matchup was hard. After Rose Whip, it is a good matchup for you. You do struggle into some other decks in the format. You know, Doomsday is a relatively coin flippy matchup. And even when you go first, honestly, it can be pretty rough because Doomsday is really good into boards. Sometimes, low-key, it might be better to go second against Doomsday because the Doomsday board is breakable. But when they play into your board, they like destroy all your stuff. Mitsurugi is not the easiest matchup for Sky Striker. Some other combo decks like Elf Notes, if they go first against you, they're going to be hard to break. So Striker struggles into the combo half of the board, the field. It's really good into Cool Tune, but even into Cool Tune, there's a caveat. Cool Tune plays Ash Blossom, Cool Tune plays Bell, Cool Tune often plays Droll and Lockbird. Those cards are all really good against Sky Striker, and especially if they draw multiple of them, it's really hard sometimes, even against Cool Tune, which is supposed to be your good matchup. They can, instead of summoning Rose Whip, they just tutor out Ash Blossom a lot of the time now, so they have like the Ash Blossom guaranteed in their hand. So if they draw Droll and Lockbird or Bell, or if they draw Ash and then tutor out the Bell instead, you have a really hard time because they got Ash and Bell in hand then, or Ash and Droll, or Bell and Droll, or Ash and whatever, you know, it can be hard. The Doomsday trap is rough. You do need to draw an out to it, and if they protect it with the Utopic Future and you can't even target it, to like with Fallen and the Virtuous, you know, it's rough. So I'm not quite sure yet if I like Sky Striker enough to actually bring it to German Nationals. I would love to. It's been solid in my testing. It is a good pick. I'm just not sure if I'm confident enough into the combo decks to actually play it, but it is a good option for sure. Okay, yummy iterations. It's funny to me because I feel like limiting Cupsy Yummy basically hurts pure Yummy the most, which has just been the most fair version of Yummy since its introduction, which is unfortunate. I think Yummy hybrids are still something that you could see people do. It does have a hard time into Cool Tune. It depends, really. Like, because going first, I think you're fine. Because Cool Tune is a hand trap deck, and Yummy historically does really well into hand traps. At the same time, Yummy did lose its best starter into hand traps, which is Cupsy. You only have one copy now. I would say Yummy is like a niche option that I wouldn't be surprised. Let's just say it like that. I don't have a Yummy deck on my mind right now that I would think is like immediately gonna be good. My main issue is Fiendsmith Yummy. Also, like the C's are once again not the greatest into Cool Tune and Doomsday. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone next week just shows up and has discovered a new way to splash Yummy into whatever, man. I don't know. And just does Yummy combo again. Like, I would not be surprised if that happens. So, you know, I've called Yummy bad on previous discussions after ban lists, and I was wrong then because, you know, they found new ways to play it. And I mean, yeah, at this point, I wouldn't expect Pure Yummy to do anything because, like, without Arclight, the end board is bad, and without Cupsy Yummy, or with one Cupsy Yummy, you don't even have great enough starters anymore. Because Piri Rise Map doesn't really count in my mind, because Piri Rise Map is terrible into Droll, and Piri Rise Map also loses to Ash Blossom, which Cupsy Yummy was one of the best cards into Ash Blossom because it basically didn't lose to it at all. And replacing it with Piri Rise Map just doesn't quite work. And yeah, in general, I just think with one Cupsy Yummy, the deck suffers way too much. Okay. Draco Tail. Draco Tail is completely and utterly dead, okay? Draco Tail has been absolutely slaughtered, done as dirty as it could have been. It's been completely destroyed for the sins of White Albaz. Do not play this deck. It doesn't even have a resemblance of grind game anymore. With one of each spell card, you run out of targets for your Draco Tail effects on turn 1. This deck does not make sense. The entire Draco Tail archetype has fallen apart, okay? It's legit. Like, even though in theory, you can still build a Draco Tail deck and try to mess around with it. Realistically, there is zero reason to play this archetype now. Which is going to make some people really happy because some people really hated Draco Tail. I personally think it's a little bit overdone. I think it's a little crazy that they murdered Draco Tail this hard when Yummy and K9 are basically still alive. I mean, we're going to talk about K9 later. But yeah, no, branded Draco Tail in general is, there's no way it's playable. There's just no way it's any good. Okay. Enya Craft. Enya Craft is one of those really fun niche rogue decks that I think you could do well with at some point if you just like hit enough people that don't know exactly what's going on. I think in theory, if your opponent knows exactly what's going on, Enya Craft shouldn't really be working. At the same time, you do lose one of your harder matchups in Draco Tail. That was a pretty hard matchup. It is funny to me that now that they printed a Draco Tail counter in Blazing Dominion for Enya Craft, right? I think it, and there's the new big Enya Craft is basically there just so that the Draco Tail doesn't destroy Enya Craft. That's why they made it. However, Draco Tail is now dead anyways. So your biggest enemy with Enya Craft is now probably Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi has always been terrifying for Enya Craft because of Murakumo being chain blocked. The new Spider can stop that sometimes, but it is hard to set that up immediately, especially going second when the Murakumo is ready to go immediately. That's hard. But it's not the worst, actually. I think Enya Craft's not the worst. I'm still going to rank it as mid. Maybe it's even the niche option for the right moment. I'd have to see how good it is into Cool Tune. I could imagine this matchup actually being good for Enya Craft. The Cool Tune matchup could actually be decent. I'd have to try it. It's not bad, but I have my issues ranking it higher because I feel like Enya Craft is the type of deck that has a really hard time actually becoming meta. Because as soon as it becomes meta and people understand how the deck works, like I think it does have some knowledge checks. Peeps is in chat right now who's played Enya Craft, who's saying like the deck is more like a matchup dependent than knowledge dependent. I think it's both, because like, yeah, it's gonna have some matchups that are gonna feel really good, but it's also gonna have some matchups that, or a lot of matchups, which the matchup, or rather, let's phrase it like this, right? The matchups become bad if your opponent understands your deck, a lot of them. And I think that's true for multiple matchups here, except for maybe Cool Tune. And I think that's rough. That's a rough position to be in. Because you might be farming all the Cool Tunes, but then if all the other matchups are kind of ass, if your opponents know what they're doing, like that's not an ideal spot to be in. I do really appreciate the addition of a new small Enya Craft, though, for additional consistency. At the same time, another thing, Droll and Lockbird is still legal, so enjoy that. It doesn't matter how good your matchup is. If you get rolled in Enya Craft, your deck does not play Yu-Gi-Oh! So, yeah. Fairy Tail. With the introduction of Fairy Tail Snow back into the format, I do think Fairy Tail is getting a little bit better. I mean, to be fair, I think Fairy Tail Snow is not even the most important Not the most important card in the deck, but it does help. And I've even seen people mess around with the new TCG exclusive. I don't know how much I love that. I think the Fairy Tale deck is a niche option. I wouldn't say it's a good deck, but it's definitely not mid. I've experimented with it just a little bit to see some of the potential. I think it's a scary combo deck. You know, it's got a crazy Omni-Negate baked in onto the level 4 fusion monster, the new secret rare. Just being an Omni-Negate by banishing a Fairy Tale is crazy. And I actually don't think it's a bad deck. I have to play it more to see if it's more than just a regular combo pile. But it's a real deck. I don't think it's one of the best decks in the format, but it's not bad. It's also quite decent going second. I think it's better than Elf Notes. That is possible. It's just, for me, basically, I have more experience with and against Elf Notes and the Power Patron deck than with Fairy Tales. So I'm just kind of throwing it right in the middle because I'm just going off of my first impression. I don't want to rate it too highly or too poorly just because I haven't played it enough yet. But I have looked into it. It looks solid. I want to try it to see how good it exactly is, but it definitely is a playable deck in my opinion. But yeah, okay. Malice. Malice has definitely not died with White Rabbit going from 2 to 1. I do think Malice is weaker now than it was before for 2 reasons. Number 1, little bit lower consistency without the second White Rabbit, which does matter, but you can replace that consistency with other cards. There is one other thing that has gotten weaker about Malice, which is that 1 White Rabbit in rotation actually does matter beyond consistency sometimes, because the typical lines for Malice are like, well, I'm going to use a White Rabbit on turn 1, and then on my opponent's turn, I'm going to use like March Hare in hand, banish Red Ransom from the grave, and that Red Ransom is then going to banish the second White Rabbit from your deck to get the MTP07. I don't think that really matters though, because you can just shuffle back White Rabbit with Cryptor and then do that. So I think Malice is still completely viable, and it does gain access to Dominus Spark. So it just can't possibly be a bad deck this format. I think the main downside for Malice is actually its matchup into some of the decks in the format. Like, I just think historically Malice has not done well into hand traps, and it's even less good into hand traps now that it loses another starter. So I think it's just going to struggle into like Cool Tune. I still think it is probably at the top of this for me. This might be influenced by my hatred for it. Maybe it's going to end up being better than that once again. This is more so wishful thinking. Like, I'm trying to think of reasons. And I realistically, I do think, like, if you want to play a combo deck, you're probably better off playing Doom Z. And if you want to play a deck with Spark and Impulse, you might as well play Mitsurugi. But that's just my perspective. I think people are going to disagree with that. People are still going to play Malice, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up performing about the same as Mitsurugi. So actually, yeah, no, I think these two are in like relatively similar spots in terms of quality. So I'll give Malice the benefit of the doubt, as much as I hate it, and put it up here. So yeah. Josh hasn't been alerted to Chessie into Dormouse enough. Oh, look, you talk about Fairy Tale Snow and Malice, and Jesse Cotton spawns in chat. Would you look at that? Hello, Jesse. No, I've had some pretty awful experiences against Malice in the last format as well. I just like, the thing about Malice is just I can't bring myself to tell you guys it's a good deck, because I genuinely don't think it is that good of a deck. Like, I'm not throwing it into best decks or anything. I always, like, when I look at it, I always see the things that are wrong with it, but somehow when you play against it, like, it just works anyways. You know what I mean? It's just the type of thing, like, in theory, you look at it and it's just a pile of one-ofs that shouldn't work, and then you play against it and they draw Shifter, Impulse, Ash, Chessie Cat, Dormouse, March Hare, or something like that. And it's just, it defies the laws of any sort of logic, but it just works, man. It just, I don't know, man. Okay. Orchist. Orchist is a deck that in theory should be better than Malice, because it's technically more consistent, but it doesn't draw cards, I guess. I think Orchist goes around here. I don't think it's a bad deck by any means. Once again, it's another deck that benefits from Dominus Spark existing. And it's just a solid mid-rangey combo-y deck. You know, it's gonna have good turn 1 boards. It plays decent into Droll and Lockbird. It has good non-engine. There's nothing wrong with playing Orchist this upcoming format. I think it's a little bit weak going second compared to some other decks in the format. Like, yes, it gets good non-engine, but if you compare these decks, like if you compare Orchist to Mitsurugi, for example, the Mitsurugi engine plays significantly better into boards going second than an Orchist engine. Orchist is just more normal summon reliant, weaker to removal on the normal summon and stuff like that. Mitsurugi doesn't have that problem. Other than that, I think these two are relatively similar. This one's better into Droll. This one's better going second, and I think better going second is slightly more valuable than better into Droll, but Orchist is a solid deck. And here's the surprise winner of the last ban list, and that is Branded. Branded is a deck that's been coming up a lot before the ban list. It's been putting up surprisingly good results. I mean, not surprising necessarily, because I have played the deck myself as well, and I did notice that it was a strong deck. I think it was a really good deck before the ban list, and even though Branded Fusion went to 1, I think Branded benefited from this ban list, and I would actually say Branded is here to rival Cool Tune for the best deck in the format. Maybe, just maybe, it even is better than Cool Tune. I'm not sure about that, but this is a deck I've been testing. I've been enjoying it a lot. I am considering it for German Nationals. It's basically those 4 decks up here that I am currently considering for German Nationals in my current situation, with where I'm at with my testing. And Branded has been performing well for me. Reason number 1, the Cool Tune matchup is good. And the reason why the Cool Tune matchup is good is because your engine simply outgrinds Cool Tune. The hand traps that Cool Tune has are not bad against Branded by any means, but you just load up your graveyard with strong end phase effects. You throw your entire hand at the Cool Tune board. You don't even have to break it. As long as you can get out all of their interruptions, force them to use all of their stuff, you move into end phase, you move into your main phase 3, and you create all of your follow-up. You take apart the end board like Titanic Clad, summon Albaz in end phase. They can't negate it with RS. You just fuse their board away. You get your Mirror Jade. Albion sets your Fallen and the Virtuous. Cool Tune isn't playing through that on turn 3 because they don't have the strongest follow-up in the game. Like, as long as you can play into the Cool Tune board, you are winning against Cool Tune. So the one weakness that Branded has, in my opinion, in this format is consistency. And I'm not just talking about the raw, like, chance of drawing a starter, but like the chance of drawing a resilient hand into hand traps. Because you do need, in a format with Cool Tune, you do need to draw multiple engine cards for in order to be able to play guaranteed into hands like Valor, Ash, Imperm, Bell, and so on and so forth. And I think that's Brandon's problem, because if you hard draw Fallen of White, you got no problem. Like, you're set, you're good to go, right? Because you get guaranteed value, sending a fusion for cost, even if they Imperm it or even if they Valor it, like, doesn't matter. But beyond that, you have a lot of like really vulnerable starters, right? Like, you need to play like Alubers, which can get Impermed or Valored. You need to play Nadir Servant, which has a pretty heavy drawback. And if you don't play those cards, your deck is just not consistent enough. But if you play those cards, then your deck is really tight. You don't have as much non-engine space. And then also, we haven't even talked about maybe even bigger problems sometimes, which is the amount of like engine requirements you need to play. So there's a huge like discrepancy between the good Branded hands and the bad Branded hands, because sometimes you draw Fallen of White, Fallen into Virtuous, Droplet, Super Poly going second, and sometimes you draw Mercurier, Golden Sword Soul, Ecclesia, whatever. Like, you don't have to play all of those. Tri-Brigade, Spring and Skid. You don't have to play all of those, but you have to play some amount. And if you draw too many of them, your hands just go from being incredibly resilient to interruption to being super vulnerable to it. And your opponent is going to know this if they're playing Cool Tune, right? They're going to look at your hand, they're going to see a couple of engine requirements, and that's going to make it so much easier for them to plan out their turn to like interrupt you. And so basically, What I'm saying is the deck is looking really good, but I have noticed some issues when I was testing it, and I'm currently trying to fix those issues. I'm trying to make the deck more consistent. I'm trying to add more pushes into it. I'm trying to make it play less engine requirements. If I can make that work, then I think it's going to have a really good standing in the format. If not, then it's a good deck either way. It's just going to have these awkward hands, which I'm not sure if I want to play it that way. But it's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and it grinds really, really well into the format. It's got a good Sky Striker matchup. It's maybe the one deck in the format that actually outgrinds Sky Striker, especially if Striker doesn't play Shard Cannon. It's a really scary matchup for Sky Striker. Every other deck gets outgrinded by Sky Striker easily, but Branded does not. So yeah, Branded is in a pretty good spot, surprisingly. I did not expect it to walk away as one of the biggest winners of the ban list, but I think it did. Okay, Radiant Typhoon. Mid. Radiant Typhoon, very mid now. One chant was a crazy hit to the deck for multiple reasons. You might think like, oh, just replace the chant with Fire Formation Tenki or Shield Bearer. That's not gonna happen, or it's gonna happen. You can technically do that. The deck technically works if you do that. However, it has more, and of course, the obvious reason is like Droll and Lockbird destroys you when you play those cards. But there is more to it. Like, Radiant Typhoon was already a deck with a low amount of starters, so Ash Blossom was already really good into it. But if they ashed your chant, at least you could activate your Crocea. So chant plus Crocea was a really good situation to be in, because you would just go draw phase, chant, and if they ash that, you get Crocea. You can't Crocea if they ash your Tenki. You can't Crocea if they ash your Shield Bearer. That doesn't work, and that eliminates your ability to play through Droll, your ability to play in the draw phase in general, and your ability to play through Ash Blossom. And all of that in a deck that was already pretty fair to begin with. Like, Radiant Typhoon was already one of the lower ceiling decks in the format, one of the more grindy approaches to it, and I think it's just not worth to play anymore. Like, it's not a bad deck by any means. It technically still works. It technically still has good grind game, solid boards, and everything like that. I just don't see a reason to play this deck over any of the other decks up here, because it was, realistically, even with 3 copies of Chant, I probably would not have rated it much higher. Like, I probably would have put it like here or something like that, or here, maybe slightly better than Lunalight, but with 1 copy of Chant, like, even this deck just suffered for no reason, in my opinion. It's unfortunate. Okay, then we've got Predaplants, which is an interesting deck that got some support in Blazing Dominion with the new secret rare. I forgot its name. The circular for plants and dragons, basically. Pretty interesting card, and also super duper polymerization and some other new Predaplants make the deck an interesting combo deck in the format. Mainly, it once again is another entirely made out of darks, so you can play Dominus Impulse and Dominus Spark if you want to. I have looked into this deck just a little bit, and to my impression, this deck is just essentially a completely fine but doing nothing crazy combo deck in the format. It's not bad. I do not think the deck is bad. I do think it has potential. I think it has strong boards, but it's just, to me, it just feels like a classic combo deck that is going to settle down in like the low tier 2 of the format. Absolutely playable. Absolutely could see people topping like regionals with it. Someone who's going to really learn all the combo lines is probably going to be able to do well with it on a regional level. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's also nothing super great about it. It's just a solid combo deck. If you learn your lines with it, if you don't get FUBA'd a lot, then you're fine. And you're going to have the benefit of people don't really know how to interrupt it and stuff like that. Preda Primitive is a crazy starter as well in the new pack. So solid deck by any means. Try it if you really want to learn a new combo deck for the format, but I don't think it's better than like Elf Note or Power Patron. Maybe it's on par with Fairy Tail. Maybe it's like they're close to each other, I think. So yeah, it's all right. And then we've got Vanquish Soul Canine. Vanquish Soul Canine is an interesting discussion point because, I mean, of course, the Canine Noroi ban is a pretty polarizing one. because some people say it's a good hit because Noroi is a toxic card because it looks at hand, which I understand. I think that's fair enough. And on the other hand, the most prominent K9 deck was K9 Vanquish Soul, and K9 Vanquish Soul played 1 Ripper maximum, and honestly, there was even versions without it. The one thing that K9 Vanquish Soul can no longer do because Noroi is banned is there's no longer a super clean Saryuja line, depending on how you start. Because Noroi was kind of necessary for that sometimes to get enough bodies on the board without Noroi. Did I say Ripper again? Dude, I keep mixing up Ripper and Noroi. See, it's so ingrained into my head that Ripper is the card that should have been banned. Anyways, Vanquish Soul K9, as a result of the Noroi ban, in my opinion, is by far the most viable K9 deck because it is the K9 deck that cared about Noroi the least. So, I think Vanquish Soul is viable. I'd rank it somewhere around here, maybe even slightly better than that. I think it has a solid interaction with Cool Tune because, I mean, like, the problem with Vanquish Soul against Cool Tune is that it's very go first centric. Like Vanquish Soul sometimes passes to 1 imperm, sometimes plays through 4 hand traps because Ripper is still a thing. So it's very polarizing in that sense. Going second, you're going to have a tough time because your deck is a little bricky. Your opponent is going to see your hand and they're going to know exactly if they can Veiler your Raisin or if you have a Borger to dodge it and so on and so forth. So if your opponent just like plays optimally into your hand, then Cool Tune is going to win going first. So it's a pretty coin flippy matchup. The branded matchup for the deck is also very polarizing. If you go first, you have a good time. If you go second, you have a bad time. And the same is true against most of the combo decks in the format. So it's just a really coin flippy deck in this format, I think. And it is a little bit bricky on top of that. But once again, it does have some great options still available. You still have, I mean, the K9 cards are still strong. The Vanquish Soul cards are still strong. You still got some real. I think I would still play this deck before I would play Elf Notes personally. So I'm putting it about here. And you'll notice I'm putting a lot of decks like right in the middle of like deck. I think that's the thing with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like this has been the case for a bunch of years now. We always have a lot of playable decks in the format that are not bad, but also not great. And this is just another one of those formats. Like none of these decks in the middle here are dead or bad by any means. Even the decks here in mid could very well top a regional. In fact, some of these decks already have top regionals. You know, Clown Crew, we've seen regional deck profiles already. Enya Craft. All of these decks are completely fine. Like I'm basically just evaluating these decks at the top of the competitive level, like which there's small differences between these decks. But realistically, a lot of these decks are completely fine. I'm aware that I haven't included every single deck into this discussion. That's either because I don't think they're good or because I haven't looked into them enough. So this is something that you feel free to ask me in the comments of the YouTube video on what I think about your deck that you're planning to play. I'll try my best to answer as many as I can. But also keep in mind, you know, I haven't play tested every single deck from Blazing Dominion. Like, for example, you guys are asking about the Train deck. I haven't tried the Train deck yet from Blazing Dominion. I haven't tried pure GMX. Haven't been able to do that yet because the set hasn't come out. Like, it's been out for like 1.5 weeks. So, you know, I need some time to take all that information in. And so this is the info I have right now. These are the decks I've tried a little bit so far. And this is how I feel about the format, which I think isn't that far off from what a lot of other people have been saying about the format. I think it's, for the most part, what everyone expects. But just a little bit of basically insight of what my first testing has resulted in for this upcoming format. So yeah, for me personally, I mean, it's not hard for you guys to guess that which kind of decks I'm going to be looking into for German Nationals. You know, I'm a big fan of the branded deck, big fan of Sky Striker. Doomsy and Cool Tune maybe a little bit less up my alley. I mean, Cool Tune is kind of mid-rangey, so I could see myself playing that too. I'm just not typically a big fan of just all hand trap decks. But, you know, it is a good deck. It's an option. Doomsy is probably the most off Josh pick of this top 4, basically. But I was really positively surprised by Doomsy when I play tested it. So maybe it's going to be Doomsy. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. All right. Well, if you watch this on YouTube, thank you for watching. Make sure to let me know what you think in the comments down below, and make sure to subscribe. And I'll see you next time, duelists. Bye-bye. All right. You're a cool tune, Andy, for sure. I think it's funny that like the consensus on the internet seems to be that I'm a cool tune defender, which I'm not. I don't love cool tune either. So just to be clear, okay, just to be clear, I don't love cool tune. I just thought it was funny that cool tune is the deck that people complain so much about when there's, in my opinion, other things in the format that are even more toxic. Like, the only things I said was I don't love Cool Tune, but I would still rather watch Cool Tune go first and do their thing than I would watch Elf Note do first and go first and do their thing, you know? That's all I said, pretty much. I still think watching Cool Tune games is more interesting than watching combo decks. So I find it funny that people lose their minds over Cool Tune right now when there's other decks in the format, or even other decks in the past couple of years that I thought were more toxic. And I think that's, I mean, that is, of course, subjective. I don't blame people for hating Cool Tune. I see why they do. I get it. I just don't agree when people say it's the worst thing they've ever done, because I just think there's worse. I think there's worse in the format right now. But I get it, you know? I think Branded can get away without Mercurier, but with Branded Swords, so Opening and Fusion are better cards. I've tried to throw a version of the deck together that was using Radiant Typhoon Vision, and so I added back Branded Openings. And so yeah, I did make some effort to like make Branded Fusion better, so I added the Branded Sword as well. Maybe there's something to it, because I think Radiant Typhoon Vision is a really, really good card into Cool Tune in general, because they just can't really calculate what to interrupt if you draw 2 cards. So I like Radiant Typhoon Vision against Cool Tune a lot. And so, like, I mean, pair that with the fact that like breakers are good already. Breakers are good already. That like you can just play like Droplet and Crown and Fallen into Virtuous, and you have a lot of quick plays already. So yeah. Sword is also weirdly good versus Cool Tune Q. You mean because they like banish a target for it and you just get a free ad if they try to take like Albaz away like from you or something? You just have like a free send of Branded Sword. I get that. I guess, yeah. I guess so. Is playing Merc without Sark insane? I keep seeing topping lists with only Merc. I think that's crazy. I think the reason to play Merc is Gold Sark, personally. I think that's the reason to play Mercurier. Did you see the Triff YouTuber tier list? I did see it, yeah. I know you guys probably want to hear some drama or whatever. I don't really care. I'm not the type of guy for that. I don't care. Triff can call me washed however much he wants. It's fine. I do not my self-worth and my value does not depend on my opinion of other people, of my ability to play Yu-Gi-Oh. That's fine. And I think it was probably smart for him to do, because I think he probably got a lot of comments about that. It was probably very good engagement baiting. But it's fine. You guys don't have to defend me for it. It's all right. I'm okay. I'm pretty happy of how I've been doing recently. My last season was solid. I don't mind it. I mean, out of the last 5 events I played, was I topped French Nationals last year, undefeated in Swiss. I topped Euros going X1 in Swiss. I didn't top Lille. And then I got top 8 at Bologna and top 16 at Dortmund. I'm happy with that. That's fine. I mean, of course, I would have loved to win an event, but I'm all right with how I've been doing. clown most fun deck to play. I do really want to play clowns. Like, part of me wants to just like play one of the top 4 decks here at locals next week to just prepare as much as I can for nationals. But there's also a part of me that just wants to play clowns. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. To be fair, I don't even know if I can go to locals on Wednesday, because like my week is gonna be very busy. I guess I should let you guys know about the upcoming week before we call it a day for today, because I am, like I said earlier, and this is something I'm really happy about, I'm gonna be casting French nationals on site. I'm gonna be in France for French nationals. The stream is gonna be on this channel, which is going to be really awesome. I'm really happy about that opportunity. So there is going to be an English stream for French nationals on this channel. There's also going to be a French stream on the Konami channel, but the English stream is going to be right here, on this channel, which is awesome. And we're also going to have a couple of guests on stream, like Emra is also going to be there for a couple of rounds. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I am leaving for that. I'm leaving for that Thursday morning. So, I mean, you guys are going to get streams on Saturday and Sunday anyways, because of French nationals. But I'm leaving on Thursday morning for this. So my week is kind of busy. So I'm not sure if I can stream on Wednesday. I'll try to stream tomorrow and Tuesday, at least, so you guys don't go without any streams during the week. But it's gonna be a busy week. If Lampy brings man, he can join you after round 3. No, if Lampy brings man, he can never join me. I'm not gonna have a man duelist on my stream. I'm not gonna give a platform to a man duelist. Who do you think I am? I don't think Lampy is gonna play man. But yeah. Anyways, most likely we're gonna have a stream tomorrow and on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday I might not. But even if I don't stream, I might still go to locals and record some gameplay for you guys that we can then watch after French nationals. I'll see about that. But yeah. Anyways, that is going to be the end of the stream today. I really hope you guys enjoyed the Challenger Cup. I hope you enjoyed the TCG content after. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thank you all so much for watching today. Thank you for all the follows and all the subs. I appreciate you all for hanging out. And I hope to see you guys all probably tomorrow, most likely. I'll let you know on the Discord as always. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'll find someone to rate real quick. And then I am off for today. Let me see who's live right now. Who is playing Master Duel? Let me see. Master Duel. I'll send you guys over to Bell, who was I think in top. Yeah, they topped the Challenger Cup with Sky Striker. That was fun to see. All right, you guys have fun over on Plushy Bell's stream, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.